never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above, and nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Multiple reports say at least one person is dead after a pair of shootings at Michigan State University tonight. Police have confirmed multiple injuries, adding that one suspect is believed to be on foot. Community members are being told to secure in place, run, hide, or fight if necessary. There are dozens of police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks on scene. Crews are working to recover debris from those high-altitude objects shot down over Alaska, Canada, and Michigan this weekend.
These objects do not present a military threat to anyone on the ground.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said no material has been collected from the three objects yet. They were shot down in remote, difficult-to-reach areas. A significant portion of the payload from a Chinese spy balloon that was shot down earlier this month is being recovered. That's according to a U.S. official who on Monday noted that a crane lifted the equipment from the waters off South Carolina. The death toll from earthquakes in Turkey and Syria has continued climbing, now surpassing 35,000 in the latest update. Correspondent Matt Bradley in Turkey says it doesn't look like many are clinging to hope of finding more survivors any longer.
This is something that has kept a lot of these people going, a lot of the motivation behind a lot of the rescuers. However, there's still some sightings of the fact that this is actually moving from a rescue operation to a recovery operation to a rebuilding operation.
A trio of ice fishermen in Vermont are dead after falling through ice on Lake Champlain.
No ice is safe ice. You might think that just last week you had 8 inches of ice, but with the week that we've had, with high wind and warm temperatures, the ice conditions have deteriorated greatly.
Fire Chief Adam White warned residents against going on the ice. The Vermont Fish and Wildlife Department's now advising the public to stay off the lake. This is USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9-ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
Former child actor Austin Majors is reportedly dead from a drug overdose in Los Angeles. Several outlets say the 27-year-old who starred in NYPD Blue died from fentanyl. Ford will celebrate with a Chinese supplier on a new $3.5 billion battery plant for electric vehicles. Ford confirmed it will partner with a China-based company to manufacture batteries in Michigan. Ford will own the facility through a wholly owned subsidiary rather than operating it as a joint venture with the Chinese company. The plant is expected to open in 2026. This comes despite rising tensions between the U.S. and China following the discovery of that Chinese surveillance balloon. Some in Congress want to fight the high cost of flying as a family.
Federal rules may be coming aimed at some airline fees. Senator Ed Markey reintroducing the Families Fly Together Act. The measure would stop airlines from charging seat selection fees to parents traveling with their children. The bill would allow families to sit together without having to pay a higher price to do so. I'm John Schaefer.
Football season is over, but college basketball season is ramping up. Selection Sunday for the men's and women's tournaments is set for March 12th, now less than a month away. Games start later that week, and the women's Final Four being held March 31st. The men's Final Four will follow up on April 1st. The women's title game set for the 2nd, while the men will wrap things up on the 3rd. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Let's be real. Mopping is a hassle. You have to fill the bucket, pushing a wet, heavy mop around, then cleaning the mop when you're done so it doesn't grow bacteria. A hassle on top of a hassle. Try Swiffer WetJet. With Swiffer WetJet, you start with a fresh pad and cleaning solution every time. And when you're done, you just toss the pad. Swiffer WetJet, the faster, easier, cleaner way to clean your floors.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Here we go. Looks like it is that time as we close out a Monday. At least we will do so respectfully from time zone to time zone as we actually make our way into Valentine's Day, 14th day of February. Hard to believe. All right, trust your week's off to a good start. Got a full 5 hours coming your way. Welcome to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Secret Bunker, Southwest Ohio. Comfortable night, 38, clear skies. We will get to your traveler's weather around the country, which we typically jump right into that. We start things off tonight. I promised we'd get straight out of the box. The very latest on what is a live, ongoing situation at Michigan State University. Shooter at this hour, one individual, according to authorities, on the loose. Now, the latest numbers we have just a few moments ago, the death toll is now 3 confirmed dead. We know at least 5 others injured after a gunman opening fire in at least 2 separate locations on the Michigan State University campus there in East Lansing. Now, as I mentioned, this is an ongoing. It started about 8:30 this past evening. At this hour, the latest reports are hundreds of law enforcement are scouring the campus for one individual. The latest press conference was slated to begin right at the midnight hour local time. So I believe they're on East Lansing in the Eastern time zone, I believe. That should be taking place as we speak. But I'm getting updates from some of the reporters on the scene. They do say some of the 5 other confirmed victims do have life-threatening injuries, according to university police. Some of the on-the-scene reports from students on campus. Brendan Shabath, a senior at Michigan State, was driving home from campus when he got the phone alert that the shooting was taking place and started immediately hearing sirens. He said he immediately started planning where in his apartment he would hide and what to barricade the front door with. When he arrived, he and his roommate listening to the police scanner and police press conference. In the meantime, they said they're checking in with friends, getting calls and messages from people. Brendan says he's getting texts from people he hasn't spoke to in 10 years. His word gets out around the country. Now, obviously, family members, mothers, fathers, relatives, all frantically trying to contact their loved ones at the university to make sure they're not one of those that are involved in the shooting. Meanwhile, at the same time, separately, there is apparently a nationwide T-Mobile cell service issue that is taking place. Again, totally separate. Reports have been coming in all over the country. T-Mobile service has been having issues for hours. We'll try to get you some of the latest numbers on that, but I just have a sneaky suspicion there are people trying to call friends or loved ones there. And according to those trying to make calls with T-Mobile, I know my daughter-in-law was kind of concerned. My son, Stephen, who was on duty, was supposed to get off at the midnight hour, but for hours she'd been trying to contact him. And no answer. Everything just immediately goes to, there's nothing there. And She started digging and did finally confirm, yes, it's the T-Mobile situation. So other reports, as I begin to circle campus, there are police cruisers at the perimeter monitoring traffic near a university conference center, multiple ambulances, a cluster of heavily armored personnel standing by there. Mike Ives is a reporter who says at the Peanut Barrel, a restaurant across the street from Berkeley Hall, one of the locations where the shooting had occurred, management locked doors, lowered the blinds, turned the lights down. I guess people are sheltering in place. That was the order. The manager on duty there said by phone shortly before 11 p.m., about an hour ago, we're not looking out the window, so I don't know what's going on across the street, he said. There are still dozens of customers still at their tables there. Sam says, I'm at Michigan State's campus in an area that's very still, except for the occasional blue-red lights whizzing by. There is a helicopter circling overhead. Julian Alonzo, a Michigan State University freshman, left his dorm to buy a snack at the 7-Eleven. When he got back less than 10 minutes later, he said, I saw at least 10 police cruisers a block away. Quickly went back to his room, covered the door with my roommate's bed, turned off the lights, and hidden in the closet. That's kind of the situation. Students have been told, shelter in place wherever they may be. So as more details come in, I do see that the school district has already notified parents school will be closed Tuesday in light of the shooting on the campus. Let's see. Sparrow Hospital said they have received 5 victims. According to a hospital spokesman, couldn't provide any details additional about their condition. But yeah, so students, Hannah Kindry is sheltering at her apartment about a mile from the campus, tuned into police scanners following the alerts that the students were getting. She says, I've never experienced anything like this in the 4 years here at the university. From what I've seen and what I'm hearing, it's kind of chaos right now. Now, this taking place at Michigan State just one day before the 5th anniversary of the shooting at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School in Florida, which we all recall, where 17 were killed. Yeah, the students killed there would have been contemporaries of many Michigan State University students. I have no idea if there's any correlation, but let's see. Sophia says, I'm driving down Albert Street in East Lansing. Now, this is going back about an hour and a half ago, usually an area that's full of people. Walk into the bars at night. Right now, it is silent and empty with the sound of sirens and a helicopter overhead. All right, so that's the developing situation there at Michigan State. 3 fatalities now confirmed, and at this hour, still 1 individual. I believe they were going to release some video during the midnight hour press conference. So we'll scan around and see what we can come up, anything additional there. So we'll follow that, obviously, live through the overnight hours, and the benefits of having live programming, like we do here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. All right, we'll get to travelers' weather. We've got a couple of storms poised, as we mentioned last evening, to bring severe weather over portions of the south central USA. It's the second storm that will bring a heightened risk of dangerous thunderstorms and tornadic activity. Factoring in the multiple rounds and aerial coverage of this upcoming severe weather this week, tens of millions will be at risk. Some of the same locations that have been repeatedly hit by severe weather, including that threat of tornadoes, may again be threatened this week. Now, that first of the 2 storms is the weaker of the duo. It's pivoting quickly from southern Colorado, moving toward northern Michigan through the upcoming day, Tuesday, Valentine's Day. On that storm's northern and western edge, you'll have enough cold air in place to bring some accumulating snowfall. Further south and east, we'll be watching for a broad area of showers and thunderstorms to erupt. There's potential for a squall line that may extend from north central Texas to Oklahoma and southeastern Kansas overnight tonight. Some of the big cities that could see some of these thunderstorms overnight: Dallas to Oklahoma City. Yeah, the storms are going to shift east of both of those metro areas by the bulk of the Tuesday morning drive. But through the day, the likelihood of gusty thunderstorms continues to shift eastward from northeast Texas to southern Missouri. The likelihood of some frisky storms northeastern Louisiana, western Mississippi, southwestern Tennessee by the time we get to Tuesday evening. Areas in the path would include Little Rock, Arkansas, to Springfield, Missouri. Now, even though many of the storms through the day into Tuesday evening may not be above the severe level, it could still be problematic. The main threat's going to be the strong wind gust that could bring down trees and torrential downpours with some flash flooding, according to forecasters. Coming up, we'll get to, it's the biggest concern, the stronger storm that's going to pivot from northwest Texas Wednesday to northern Michigan by Thursday night. That's where the greater concern is. Could see lots of potentially tornadic activity with that system and a much broader area of accumulating snow and travel disruptions. We'll break it all down for you coming up here. Good to have you on board. Hope your week's off to a good start. We'll see who we got checking in out of the box here just ahead. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, I'm looking at the update here from the Detroit Free Press just about 5 minutes ago. Not a whole lot of additional info, but the tweet that had come out about 11:40, just before showtime, confirming that the death toll was at 3. And that's in addition to the 5 others that had been reported injured, some with life-threatening injuries. All started about 8:18 p.m. at Berkeley Hall, north side of the campus, and then moved to the MSU Union, according to the report. Police believe a single suspect is behind the incident, that individual being sought. Police plan to release surveillance images of that individual soon. And again, I believe that's probably what this midnight hour press conference should be unveiling, that right about now. So let's see, 8:18 p.m., Berkeley Hall. Yeah, the location, that's an academic building. Several buildings east of the MSU Union. The university warned of an active shooter. Okay, still at large, believed to be on foot. So, yeah, obviously active search continuing there at Michigan State. Well, hello to Philly Dan on board out of the box here on a Tuesday. Jacob Morning, Steve Summers in the overnight drive. Joe Self on board. 50 degrees windy here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Have a good night. There's Truck and Troy. Good morning, Steve-O from Homer, Michigan. Dave checks in. What do we got? A.K.A. Cracker Box. Morning to the overnight crew. Hope you're having a good morning. Just ready to have my first cup of coffee here in Florida. It's a little chillier today than what it's been, but it's going to warm up for the rest of the week. It looks like the wind all day. Let's see. We got some nice weather. I hope the rain, I think it doesn't rain much today. It was sunny. Let's see. I was going to sit back, copy the mail, listen to see what everybody has this day, try to learn something. Who says truck drivers can't learn anything new, right? All right, Cracker Box, good to have you on board. Hello, Pappy, 37 degrees in Harrison, Ohio. Up and away in my beautiful balloon. Here we go, nocturnal listeners. Let it roll. Hammer down. Get away from Michigan State. That is sad. Yes, 5-7 is on board. Good afternoon, says Larry. Hammer down and be safe. Hello, Elliot. Morning, overnight crew. Happy Valentine's Day. There you go. Dipsy Driver, morning, Steve, and the most informed audience out there. 33 degrees clear here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. All right, I got the 5-shot. Yeah, the update on Michigan State there. Hello to Samantha. It's 52 degrees in Wichita, Kansas. Dale and I headed to Texas. Everybody drive safe. Have a terrific show tonight. Good to have you all with us. Safe travels out there. Rockpick, morning, Steve. Truck drivers, third shift workers, and all those wise old night owls. We've got 37 degrees. Cloudy skies here in Rochester, New York. Thanks so much to Hot Shot Secret for the live after midnight programming. Everybody stay safe and enjoy out there. Hello to Linwood. Hola to Steve and all from San Antone with 65 degrees. Everyone have a great night and truck safe out there. Morning, everybody. Hillbilly Tex checking in. 40 degrees clear as I tip in the hat, ringing the cowbell. Exit 81 off I-75. There's Cap and Ron checking in from Ocala, Florida tonight. 45 degrees. 36 degrees in Northwest Illinois with Roy checking in tonight. All right, see, there's Debbie. Snowing pretty hard. They're talking up to 16 inches here. If you don't have to drive I-90, stay home. Of course, Debbie, she's there in Montana, the I-90 corridor. Yeah, okay, so that's part of our the first big winter storm, but that'll definitely slow things down. All right, Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, 39 degrees. Yeah, once things warmed up, it was a nice day. I was going to take a week off, but as trucking goes, one of my customers needs me to load in Atlanta and do a couple stops in Louisiana. I gave some EDT, a couple of guys, everyday diesel treatment that would be, to the guys who own 4 trucks that did some household work for my stepson. And they're looking to do some other freight. I gave them the lowdown on the benefits of the everyday diesel treatment and the stick shit eliminator and how much better my trucks run using the Hot Shot Secret products. Yeah, sad about the Michigan State shootings. More and more, some people have been consumed with evil and not being held accountable for lesser crimes, and I feel like they feel emboldened to commit more heinous crimes because they're not concerned about the consequences or just don't care if they live or die. Everybody have a great night and be careful out there. Hello to Marianne. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight family. Have a great day. Gilligan checks in. Morning, Steve. Me and the family praying for all those victimized by the shooting at Michigan State. We've got clear 51 degrees at the airport in Roanoke, Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up here. Trying to take you to the news break, bottom of the hour here. Santa Claus, top of the morning, Steve. 58 degrees here in Sacramento. Just arrived from Portland. We're getting ready for our next RV trip to Southern California and Las Vegas next week. My T-Mobile service was just reestablished. It was off for a couple of hours. All right, so Santa Claus out. The shooting victims are in my prayers. So real quick, let me jump over. T-Mobile users across the U.S. reporting network outages preventing them from making calls or using other cellular service Monday night. According to the outage tracking website known as Down Detector, they're showing tens of thousands reporting issues around the country. All right, many customers taking to Twitter to share updates about the disruption. Several users saying they saw SOS notifications on their phones.
USA News Update. Multiple reports say at least one person is dead after two separate shootings at Michigan State University tonight. WILX in Lansing with more.
There's a lot of Lansing police officers, as well as there's quite a few ambulances that are just up the road. But it's eerily quiet also on campus. There were not many cars at all driving around, and that's kind of what we've been seeing right now.
Police are also reporting multiple injuries. One suspect is believed to be on foot wearing a mask, according to MSU police. Crews are having a difficult time accessing remote areas where debris from high-flying objects were shot down over Alaska, Canada, and Michigan over the weekend. No material from those sites has been collected yet, but at the same time, more is being recovered from the site of the earlier downed Chinese spy balloon off the coast of the Carolinas. A U.S. official said today that crews had used a crane to lift wreckage from coastal waters. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, that's our number, 844-844-3388. I guess during that midnight press conference, confirmation comes in. Suspect dead. 12:15 a.m. Sources confirm suspect is dead, found with a self-inflicted gunshot wound near Lake Lansing and Larch Roads. Yeah, but the damage has been done, right? 3 dead, 5 others, some with life-threatening injuries there, but I guess we could say the threat has ended for now, so the lockdown will end, but now the investigation just begins. It's going to be a long night for law enforcement investigating the situation there at Michigan State, but threat has ended, shooter dead. Meanwhile, back to our travelers' weather. We got to our midweek storm. The bigger concerns here from Wednesday, from Texas to northern Michigan, Wednesday night into Thursday night, because the first storm will have already left behind plenty of warm, moist Gulf of Mexico air over the south central states. That second system will take advantage. And that's where they're concerned about possibly an explosion of severe weather Wednesday and Thursday. Given the scope of unseasonable warmth in advance of this storm, it's going to be more like an April kind of storm rather than a February storm, according to AccuWeather. And that severe weather threat may extend a whole lot further to the north than you typically see during the middle of February. I mean, all the way into northern portions of Indiana and Ohio. Western Pennsylvania could be in the mix as well. The full spectrum of severe weather, likely from Wednesday to Thursday. Storms with high winds, hail to flash flooding, and possibly tornadoes. And some of those could be on the ground for more than just a couple minutes. And the threat will also include nocturnal or overnight tornadoes. So something we'll definitely be keeping our eyes on in the coming days here. As we look at the current radar scene, let me flip over here. Tonight we got a little light rain over northeastern Texas, light rain toward the Dallas area. Beginning to see some heavier showers and even a few thunderstorms over the Texas Panhandle region. From Lubbock to Amarillo, back into western portions of New Mexico. That's system number 1, so everything's going to begin expanding through the upcoming day. And not a whole lot of snow out there at this point. with this storm. That's going to all be changing throughout the upcoming day. Travel will become slick and treacherous, and probably enough to see some shutdowns on some of the interstates later in the day today. All right, let's get some of our industry headlines. Where do we start things off tonight? First, in the state of Nevada. Nevada has issued an emergency declaration due to the temporary shutdown of a Kinder Morgan gas pipeline. This particular pipeline supplies approximately 90% of gas, diesel, jet fuel, and other refined petroleum products to the Las Vegas Valley and surrounding areas of the state. According to the declaration, adequate gasoline, diesel, jet fuel, and other refined petroleum products is essential for the health, safety, and economic well-being of persons or property in Nevada. Any interruption in the delivery of those products threatens the public welfare, thus the emergency declaration. Now, the pipeline disruption creates a need for the immediate transportation of gas, diesel, jet fuel, and other refined petroleum products to the Nevada's impacted counties. So a temporary suspension of certain hours of service requirements for carriers and drivers providing direct assistance in the relief efforts to the shortages of refined products. All right, the governor did post on Twitter that his office has been notified by Kinder Morgan that they have successfully got the pipeline back into operation. However, the Nevada declaration at this point remains in effect until February 24th. It doesn't specify when that pipeline went down. Was it over the weekend or early Monday? I'm not exactly sure there, but there's the latest. But the good news, the pipeline is back in operation. All right, looks like a coalition of auto carriers and dealers asking lawmakers to increase the gross vehicle weight for vehicle transporters. The Coalition for Electric Vehicle Transportation, which includes the American Trucking Association's Automobile Carriers Conference, the Auto Haulers Association of America, the Truck Trailer Manufacturers Association, and several major car dealers, says the increase is necessary because electric vehicles are heavier than their gas-powered counterparts. In order to haul the same number of vehicles, they need to be able to haul additional weight. The coalition wrote a letter to the Senate and House transportation leaders asking for an increase to the weight limits. The solution is targeted legislation that would increase gross vehicle weight limits for Stinger-steered automobile transporters by 10%, or 8,000 pounds, while capping single and tandem axle groups at a 10% increase. According to the coalition, this would allow the automobile carriers to regain lost load capacity and reduce annual truck traffic by an estimated 16 million miles. A lot of big numbers and all that. But the heavier electric vehicles, kind of had to figure that would come into play if you're going to be hauling 8 or 10 vehicles at a time, right? Thousands of pounds more. All right, OOIDA says they're not really buying this. It's another attempt to ignore the truck drivers who are typically paid by the mile, they say. Executive Vice President Louis Pugh says, here's another example of trying to increase weights so big business can get more product moved without having to pay for it. All right. We do know that there is the issue with the heavier vehicle weight for the electric vehicles, nonetheless. All right, lines wide open at 844-3388. What do you say, 5-7?
Yep. They'll increase the weight for money, but they won't put a NASCAR style. And I don't mean the cage and strap it in like some people get. Use a little bit of sense. A strong cage around the dash So, and the floorboards, around the windshield, and especially around the driver passenger doors, so they do not jam. And yeah, come deer, he had to kill himself, I reckon. Oh well. Back to what I was saying. Okay, just a mesh, and over top the roof, up in the interior, just like when Heatwave's teammate, when he was driving with somebody else, he got thrown out the roof of the cab when it went over on its side. Add a little bit of weight for the driver's safety. No. We ain't going to do that for the driver, but we'll do it for an extra car on the trailer or extra product so we can get it to where we need to go.
Right.
So that's a beef of mine. Now I got an idea. I sit around thinking about the shootings and everything without knowing now, but it's easy to go here because it's 99.9% that usually the shooters ain't going to be wearing a MAGA hat. And so I can honestly say I can solve most of this by just passing a law that nobody that isn't a registered Republican can own a firearm.
Okay.
Does that not make sense to me?
I don't know about that.
Oh, come on. There's always a negative in it. Let's talk about something that will really actually work. Nobody but a registered Republican owns a firearm, and every single Democrat, because that Democrat Party is responsible for slavery and Jim Crow. So they're the ones that need to be paying out the nose.
Hey,
for,
the Democrat Party says Republicans are responsible for all these shootings that take place around the country because you won't do anything about gun control.
Well, let's do something about gun control. Only registered Republicans can know. By the way, the only thing which worries me, the only time I can think of a Republican taking out anybody, it was down there in Tampa when that Republican flew his airplane into the IRS. So, I shouldn't laugh at that, I reckon. But anyway, so there you go. I solved the problem tonight. I can sit back, copy the mail on the Steve Summers overnight drive, sip on my coffee, and dig in there and eat some.
See how much you stirred the pot. Maybe, hey, you might have even been able to prompt Douglas to give us a call. That's right. Yeah, boy, some of the ideas. Miss Millie checks in. Hi, Miss Millie. Morning, Steve, and all prayers for the victims and families in Michigan. Everyone stay safe. Take care out there. Let's see. Gary, I believe it is. Well, guys, 36 years. I guess I'm coming to back out there on the open roads and running the highways and byways. So I'll be glad to see you, talk to you all out there. I guess so, Gary, after all those years, getting back on the road, really? Hey, Norman, 46 degrees in north central Kansas tonight. Hope your week's off to a good start there, Norman. Let's see. Dean, a.k.a. Buckeye Boy. Okay, yeah, the Michigan State shooter dead, deceased, self-inflicted gunshot wound. Correct. Some folks kind of chatting back and forth about that. Hello to the ice cream man from Yuma, getting the fresh produce to Dallas, Texas. And our number, 844-844-3388. Underway Valentine's Day, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, union talk. Couple of updates here of United Parcel Service Monday confirming that they are indeed taking steps to reduce their workforce in regions where delivery demand has softened around the country. That comment just days after a local union reported the company's begun nationwide layoffs of some drivers. With this move, UPS joins rival FedEx and other major transportation companies in trimming jobs as the early pandemic e-commerce shipping, that's kind of fizzling. But the stakes are higher, they tell us at UPS, which is preparing for the largest North American private sector union contract negotiations later this year that will pit the world's largest package delivery firm against the powerful Teamsters Union. The contract, covering roughly 350,000 Teamsters-represented drivers, loaders, package sorters, and other UPS workers, expires on July 31st. UPS is reassigning affected employees, according to the announcement or the email this past day. This is not nationwide, but only in select parts of the country because of uneven demand, they say. Now, according to the UPS labor contract, reassigned full-time workers could opt to leave or take another job. Full-time workers have seniority over part-time workers who could be replaced if reassigned workers opt to change duties. Now, UPS has announced plans to lay off so-called 22-4 drivers, a lower-paid category of drivers that was created during the last round of negotiations back in 2018. Washington State's Teamsters Local 174 said in a web posting that the union, which did not immediately respond to requests for comment, did not say how many positions are going to be affected by this. Some New York locals have also reported the layoffs, according to the Business Insider. National talks are scheduled to start on April 17th in Washington, D.C. A breakdown in talks between UPS and the union could have major consequences for the national economy and a global supply chain that's beginning to recover from the shock of the early pandemic. Now, the first and only strike at UPS, 1997, lasted for 15 days, which impeded the shipment of goods, cost the company $850 million, and sent some customers to rival carriers. Now, on over to FreightWaves and the report. Union heads say they are prepared for a fight heading into labor negotiations with the less-than-truckload carriers, ABF Freight and T-Force Freight. In a Friday news release, the organization made clear to the rank and file they will be, quote, militant and secure lucrative agreements on their behalf. The International Brotherhood of Teamsters said their negotiating arm met in Washington Friday to review some of the proposals ahead of the negotiations with T-Force Freight, which is a TFI international company. The labor deal between these two parties expires July 31st, same as the UPS. Of course, Teamsters will also begin negotiating a collective bargaining agreement with ABF Freight, an ArcBest subsidiary, ahead of the June 30th expiration. According to Sean O'Brien, Teamster General President, our freight members are one of the Teamsters' biggest priorities, and we're ready to fight like hell at the table to get the very best contracts at T-Force and ABF. Of course, O'Brien took the helm back in March after winning the election by a wide margin. He's vowed to rebuild the organization and take a hardline approach in contract negotiations. He recently voiced a similar tone headed into those talks with, as we were just discussing, UPS. The day our administration took office was the day concessions to the freight industry ended, he says. We're eager to get to work on negotiating contracts that raise the standards and rebuild this industry for workers. He's talking about past negotiations where members accepted cuts to wages and cuts to benefits to keep struggling carriers afloat. I guess first and foremost, topping that list would be what is known today as Yellow, right? Now, the news release said the union has received a record number of responses to bargaining surveys from workers at ABF and T-Force. The agreements with those two companies cover more than 15,000 members. An agreement covering roughly 25,000 workers at Yellow expires March 31st of next year. Negotiations for that deal likely won't ramp up till later this year. The union is currently in a dispute with Yellow regarding some changes of operation, which Heatwave and Brain Dead have been talking about in recent weeks. That could further maybe consolidate terminals and redefine work rules for some of the employees. Judy McReynolds, ArcBest chairman, president, and CEO, took a bit of a more measured approach when discussing the upcoming interchange. We're prepared for what's coming in terms of contract negotiations. I feel like the team's prepared and planned. We're in a good place. Our leaders are regularly in the field with the employees, and they hear directly from them about what's on their minds. At least that's what he told analysts discussing their fourth quarter results. Now, we've been through a number of these in the past. They're all different, but as long as you're prepared and you have a good approach, good intentions, and good information, typically we can work our way through this. All right, union discussions. Oh, boy, it's going to be a busy 2023 when it comes to those big union contracts. All right, wide open lines. Where are we at? It's a Tuesday morning. Happy Valentine's Day. Our number, 844-844-3388. So just how many tuned in for the big game Sunday night? Well, it was big numbers. I guess third largest television broadcast of all time according to the numbers from Nielsen Ratings this past day. Super Bowl 57 earned an average TV audience of 113 million people. So again, third most watched Super Bowl on record and the third most watched television broadcast of all time. All right, the Patriots' famed comeback win over the Atlanta Falcons back in 2017 hit 113.7 million for Fox TV between network and streaming. That makes the Chiefs-Eagles game Sunday the second most watched broadcast ever for Fox Sports. But, all right, a modest bump over last year's Super Bowl between the Rams and the Bengals. Our number, 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. The campus of Michigan State University is being shut down for the next 48 hours after two separate shootings tonight. Multiple reports say at least one person has died, and there are multiple injuries.
I can confirm that there were at least 5 victims.
One suspect wearing a mask is believed to be on foot, according to MSU police. Some campus buildings have already been cleared and secured. Recovery efforts are underway, but we still don't know what was shot down over the weekend.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says we do know what they aren't.
There is no indication of extraterrestrial activity.
National Security Council spokesman John Kirby joined Jean-Pierre at a press briefing.
We are laser focused on confirming their nature and purpose, including through intensive efforts to collect debris.
Kirby said the objects shot down over Alaska, Canada, and Lake Huron were flying much lower. I'm John Schaefer.
A significant portion of the payload from that Chinese spy balloon that was shot down earlier this month is being recovered now. That's according to a U.S. official who on Monday noted that a crane lifted the equipment. The payload measured as much as 30 feet long and included all of the craft's tech gear and antennas. The death toll from the devastating earthquakes that struck Turkey and Syria is now more than 35,000. Correspondent Matt Bradley.
There's no longer crowds of people walking around. There's no longer hard-hatted rescuers on top of piles like this one looking for people who are alive.
An Israeli search and rescue group has left Turkey due to what's described as a significant security threat. Americans expect income growth to slow and inflation to stay high. That's according to the Federal Reserve's latest survey of consumer expectations. The survey found Americans believe inflation over the next year will hold steady at 5% and might drop to about 2.5% in the next 3 years. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Teenage girls are experiencing what's being described as an overwhelming wave of violence and trauma.
Dramatic increases in experiences of violence and poor mental health and suicide risk.
That's the CDC's Dr. Deborah Horry. Sexual attacks and other trauma are leading to this uptick. A CDC survey says about 3 in 5 teen girls say they feel persistently sad or hopeless. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy will lead a congressional delegation to the southern border in Arizona. He's bringing a group of first-term Republican lawmakers to the Border Patrol's Tucson sector, and they'll receive an aerial tour from Customs and Border Protection. Super Bowl 57 in Arizona was the first time the big game was played in a state with legalized sports betting. A year from now, the game happens in a place with sports betting and a lot more.
Las Vegas is, as they say at the NFL draft, on the clock. And when it comes to hosting big events,
we know how to do it in Las Vegas.
Nevada Governor Joe Lombardo, NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell says he has every confidence in Vegas.
Understanding how we want to present the NFL in that community, but more importantly, how to do it Las Vegas style.
Until 5 years ago, the league banned Las Vegas from even advertising during a Super Bowl. Today, 33 states have legalized sports betting, and the league has numerous deals. In Las Vegas, I'm Richard Johnson.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Get more on our traveler's letter coming up here. Have to get to the snowy side of the storm, or storms, I should say, plurally. Because one's getting underway, the other is a midweek system. Yeah, heavy snow from that system will fall along a 1,200-mile swath from eastern Colorado to northern Michigan. And it will be affecting hundreds of miles of major interstates. And in that zone, we're talking a general 6 to 12 inches, some areas 12 to 18 inches of snow. That's going to be a mess. Meanwhile, though, on, as we mentioned last hour, the severe weather side of those storm systems, I guess this may be one of those active weeks. I think Big Sexy forwarded the story from down in his part of the country. And looking at some of the photos, it's almost like a scene out of the movie Twister. Remember when all these various research groups were all converging on the same area? Looking to get, of course, Dorothy was the primary character, get her up in a tornado for research. It's a rainy day in Memphis, all up and down the Mississippi Valley. Researchers converging, holding a press conference, millions of dollars in high-tech equipment taking place in the Agri-Center parking lot. But that's part of the plan. You're walking through an array of mobile radars that we're using for something called the PERILS Project, P-E-R-I-L-S, the PERILS Project. According to the National Science Foundation's principal investigator, these radars are going to be out there studying storms and storm structure over the next 3 months. About 50 to 60 researchers will be hauling truckloads of equipment across the southeastern USA. And we're going to be putting all these instruments out and ahead of these storms, trying to get this type of data. Like I said, it's right out of the movie Twister. PERILS Project, it stands for Propagation, Evolution, and Rotation in Linear Storms. It's a $12 million 2-year study funded by the National Science Foundation and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. It's also unprecedented in the amount of data that's going to be collected. One of the things we're looking for is the environment ahead of these storms, how maybe small changes in the environment influence the storms. The PERILS Project, introduced by Darren Jones of the National Weather Service in Memphis, as they stand in front of some of the equipment being deployed over the next 3 months to be collecting data across the Mississippi Valley. Maybe most importantly, the data will provide more insight on how tornadoes, specifically southern-style tornadoes, are born, they say. Every spring, the southeastern U.S. is raked by massive storm systems, typically traveling from west to east. Some of those squall lines produce tornadoes, but unlike the more predictable systems that we see out in the west, the tornadoes can be much more difficult to forecast, they say, along with being more spontaneous and wide-ranging. They also frequently happen during the nighttime hours. The South is also more vulnerable to damage with their denser population and so many people living in mobile homes or prefabricated homes. NOAA's Cooperative Institute for Severe Weather, talking about the drones they're going to be using to collect footage of tornado impact areas. Researchers from numerous agencies and universities are now in the second year of data collection. And it lets us look at damage that's not otherwise visible to the human eye. So there you go. Each piece of information could help predict and get warnings ahead of the next major catastrophe, like the so-called, remember the super outbreak in 2011? That was April the 25th through the 28th. 360 tornadoes ravaged cities and towns from Texas all the way to New York. Yeah, $12 billion in damage, 300 lives lost in that tornado outbreak. One of the scientists at the University of Alabama in Huntsville offers a tour of the same truck he was in when that storm hits. It was an ambulance converted into a mobile weather command center, towing a trailer full of radars, lasers, and something that measures the exact size of raindrops, which is why the instruments need to be right under those squall lines. Yeah, we're actually able to detect things that you cannot detect from radar that's 40, 50, 60 miles away. So really getting up close and personal with the storms, and if they're on the ground as we speak, it sounds like maybe Wednesday into Thursday they may have the opportunity to plant some of that equipment right there in the Memphis area as they're in line for some of those stronger storms. Our number, 844-844-3388 on a quiet Tuesday morning. What do you say, Brain Dead?
Not much, Steve-O. How was your weekend?
Well, it was a shorty, that's for sure, but yeah, we survived. How about that Super Bowl?
I didn't watch it.
Nope. Nope.
Nah, I didn't care for it. I mean, the last few years, it's the halftime show slowly going down here. They announced, what's her name? Rihanna.
Oh, Rihanna.
I can't pronounce her name.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could care less. Now, you put somebody else up there, we'll see how it is. But other than that, I could have cared less. Plus, I worked the dock a little bit. I went a little bit into the game. So other than that, we went and did our Valentine's Day thing. Me and the Dingbat did that Saturday night.
Yeah.
And she took me over to I'm not going to name the name, but it's that restaurant where all the girls are that have the real skimpy clothes.
Okay.
They have the chicken wings.
Right. Okay.
Oh yeah. The Tennessee. I watched part of the Tennessee Missouri game. That was a heartbreaker at the end. But other than that, I sent you that story that we had on the news this morning about that J Express. They were talking about the what is it? The great where the people are not.
The Great Resignation.
Coming back to,
yeah,
that's it. I was about to say the Great Recession, but I'm like, hey, wait a minute, we've already been to that once. But I figured you'd find that kind of interesting. And I heard you also saying something about the contract talks coming up at the end of the year, and this coming year, like I've said before, why are you doing the change of change of operations in the middle of a contract talk? It makes no sense. I mean, me and Heatwave have talked about this at length, and there's things that I want to see in the next contract that I really don't want to discuss my thoughts and opinions, but I'm really going to hope that they really see it and really open their eyes too, Steve. But by the way, did you hear the new report that inflation is rising again, Steve?
Inflation is rising again. Uh-oh.
Yep. The report I read said ExxonMobil laid off 25 senators. Bye to me.
There you go. All right, there you go. 844-844-3388. Yeah, the Great Resignation. Yeah, I had actually pulled that up, and I thought that's interesting. Yeah, since the spring of 2021, Americans have been quitting their jobs in record numbers. Some because they didn't have child care during the middle of the pandemic, others because of mistreatment by employers or customers, but most have been looking for and finding better paying jobs with better benefits. In November, 40,000 workers quit their jobs in Mississippi alone, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Yeah, 46,000 quit in the state of Arkansas. 120,000 quit in Tennessee. All that quitting is part of a trend that's come to be known as the Great Resignation. And it's still going, apparently, and it's still working. Gerald McHenry, the CEO of J Express, a small Memphis-based logistics company, says he's felt the effects of the Great Resignation, having to replace delivery drivers who are looking for better pay and benefits. Since the Great Resignation, he's had to raise his starting pay for drivers from $16.50 an hour to $18.25 per hour. We're offering $1,000 sign-on bonus. We're offering tuition reimbursement up to $5,000 per year. We're offering medical, vision, dental, and 401k. Despite boosting the pay and the benefits for J Express, McHenry's still having trouble attracting drivers to operate his business at full capacity. It's kind of crazy out there. Business owners are in need of employees. It's pretty simple, according to the Vice President of Client Services at Millennium Search. But what do you have to offer your employees that make your culture strong and somewhere they want to come to work every day? Now, along with the pay and benefits enhancements, he embraced the need to address cultural issues. At J Express, recently given away PlayStation game systems to workers. But he said for lower income, unskilled workers, money talks. So he started recently offering $1,000 sign-on bonuses to attract new employees. To earn the bonus, new workers have to remain on the job for 30 days. Every single person that qualified for the sign-on bonus quit right after they got the check, he says. Now, McHenry and Crafton both said there are signs that all the quitting will begin to ease in 2023. Workers are going to be the big winners. Better pay, better benefits. Every time you go to the grocery store, you've got a carton of eggs, $5 to $8. I mean, people have to work, but they don't just have to work anywhere. Now, we usually get 4 or 5 people in training every week. In the last 2 weeks, it's been more like 15, 16 people each week. More pay, more benefits means more people applying for jobs, which is kind of a sign. Good help may not be as hard to find in 23, but it's going to cost companies more to find it. But the Great Resignation, I know I've heard some of the discussion about way too many people who are, really willing just to sit at home and wait for the check to come in the mail rather than actually going to work. Some of that may be coming to an end as well. Matter of fact, quite a bit of it is going to be coming to with the official end of the emergency declaration for the COVID pandemic, which, what have they said? May 11th, I believe, is the official date when that emergency declaration finally, after 2.5, nearly 3 years, comes to an end. 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, and once again, it's very quiet on the phones this morning. I don't know. I can't help but wonder if it maybe is there any correlation to the thousands of customers. I'm looking at the update from just a few minutes ago. Thousands of T-Mobile customers in the United States reporting significant network problems, with many unable to place calls or carry out other basic functions. Issues reported across the country, from California to New York, saying that service was up and down or completely unavailable for extended periods of time. Down detector spiked and showed over 80,000 reports of problems. Owners of Apple's iPhone 14 phones said their signal status showed no cellular connection whatsoever, instead defaulting to the emergency SOS satellite indicator. Now, by late evening, T-Mobile said they believe they're getting a handle on things, but many customers not pleased, responding to complaints on social media. T-Mobile said they're aware and rapidly working to resolve an issue that has created intermittent impacts to voice, messaging, and data service in several areas around the country. It's kind of a bizarre coincidence. The outage struck on the same day that T-Mobile's network chief, Neville Ray, announced his upcoming retirement from the company. In a tweet Monday night, Ray blamed the service problems on a third-party fiber interruption. Some affected customers reported success in restoring a data signal by toggling airplane mode off and on their device. So according to the Verge report, if you're dealing with the issue tonight, that might be worth a try, whatever toggling means. I guess flip it on, flip it off, flip it on. Yeah, toggling airplane mode on and off. The actual tweet from the T-Mobile boss, the network chief, pretty much simply says, our teams are rapidly addressing a third-party fiber interruption issue that has impacted some voice, messaging, and data services in several areas. The situation is improving. We hope to have a full resolution very soon. We apologize for any disruption caused. That tweet from Neville Ray went out a little before the midnight hour, so not all that long ago. Meanwhile, who we got on the line? Cupid. Happy Valentine's Day.
Oh, happy Valentine's Day. This is the Giller Cupid. Our first appearance on the show with my predictions for this Valentine's Day for our famous listeners. Okay, we're going to start out Meanwhile, I flutter across over to Arkansas and sling my arrows in the direction of Brain Dead when he finds his true love.
Dingbat.
But Bayback. Yes, yes, yes. I flutter my way across up into West Virginia, out there outside of Winchester, and fling my arrows into Gilligan and into Marianne, and they have found true love. And finally, I flutter my wings all the way out to Cincinnati and string my arrows into Steve Summers and flutter my wings over and throw my arrows into the princess, and they have found true love. That is the Gillicupids, the predictions for this year, and I thank you for having me on the show, Steve.
Gillacupid. There you go. Ah, yes. Happy Valentine's Day, right? Yeah, don't forget that significant other. Meanwhile, about a minute before news break, and yeah, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. A couple of folks checking in here. Let's see. They're chatting back and forth here. And let's see. There's the Dipsy driver on board this morning. Hello to the Wagon Master checking in. Morning, Steve. In Springfield, Missouri. Headed north toward Moberly, Missouri. Shout out to all the overnight gang. Safe travels tonight to all. As I mentioned earlier, the same two storms poised to spark rounds of severe weather over the south central states and snow for the interior west this week. We'll be bringing bands of travel snarling snow from the central plains to the upper Midwest. We break that all down for you coming up here. And, of course, get back to your calls ahead on a Tuesday, 14th day of February, coming on at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. A salvage of the Chinese spy object shot down earlier this month has recovered big chunks of payload. That's according to a U.S. official who on Monday noted that a crane lifted the equipment from waters off South Carolina. Meanwhile, crews are working to recover debris from the high-altitude object shot down over Alaska, Canada, and Michigan over the weekend. It looks like more tech layoffs are coming. Workday, Microsoft, eBay, and Salesforce have all filed California state paperwork warning of impending job cuts. Google recently laid off 12,000 workers. The devastating earthquakes that struck Turkey and Syria have now claimed more than 37,000 lives. The vast majority of those deaths are in Turkey. The death toll is rising as aid from countries like the U.S. arrives. Storm systems could cause problems for millions across the country this week. States including Arizona and Colorado are already dealing with various types of rain today. Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9-ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, welcome back. Good to have you on board. Well, let's take a look. Where are we going to see travel disruptions? I know a lot of times drivers like to know, especially when you're going to have healthy accumulations and possible interstate shutdowns, they might take an alternate route. All right, the first storm brings a little bit of snow to the interior west overnight tonight. It doesn't really hit stride in terms of wintry conditions till it reaches the northern tier of the central states later this afternoon and then into Wednesday. This is going to be the weaker of the two storms. 3 to 6 inches from northeast South Dakota through much of northern Minnesota later today. Fargo, North Dakota will be one of the populated areas to get an accumulation Wednesday. However, travel over much of Interstate 29 in the Dakotas, 94 in central Minnesota and eastern North Dakota, will be slippery. Now, the second storm, much more disruptive over a long stretch of the central states Wednesday to Thursday. The snow band from the middle to late week, will set up hundreds of miles further south compared to the storm today into Wednesday. We're talking heavy snow from eastern Colorado all the way to northern Michigan, hundreds of miles of major interstates. After dumping feet of snow on the Colorado Rockies, significant snow will fall from Omaha, Nebraska, Des Moines, Iowa, Milwaukee, Wisconsin to Green Bay. Enough snow to make slippery travel for the Kansas City metro area as well as Rockford, Illinois. Looks like right now, based on the models, heavy snow should avoid Chicago, but enough will fall to make for slippery conditions. Snow will stay away from Detroit, but aircraft and crews caught up in the snow at other areas further west, like Denver. We'll see the impacts, the ripple effect on airline travel around the country as that storm strengthens as it moves northeast over the central states Wednesday night into Thursday night, increasing winds, blowing and drifting snow, additional challenges for the road crews trying to keep up in the region. Now, in both of the storms, southern and eastern, the warm sector, where we were talking in hour number one about the severe weather. The second storm, the stronger of the two, has the greatest risk of producing intense thunderstorms. Looks like a longer break from snow and severe weather after that second storm moves out of the central states. We should be talking several days of quiet conditions, starting Friday through next weekend there. Maybe a chance to get out a bit. Hello, Scarecrow. How's your week starting out?
Well, we're picking them up and laying them down in fine fashion there. My thoughts are maybe that Verizon is kind of capturing some of that T-Mobile signal strength there. Man, your program just is absolute crystal clear without a glitch. Oh, no, you're just wall-to-wall here tonight there, Steve. Man, when I get down here to Beer Town, I'm going to be seeking out an eye wash station as quick as possible. After that Cupigan comment a little bit ago, I got this vision of the character prancing around, casting his arrows and more likely harpoons with them little bitty wings flopping around, and that's all he's wearing is them wings, Steve.
Oh,
he don't even have a damn diaper on. not even a diaper, for cram's sakes. Dude, I feel like I've just walked through a sandstorm without goggles or any eye protection. Oof. Let's see. Santa Claus, if you're still on board, now that you're back in Sacramento there way, if you get a moment, take a pass over through Roseville if you could. Check on our kids' place there and see if the renters are maintaining the property in the proper manner and such there. Appreciate it if you could. The comment were that, whatever the heck they shot down over Alaska, the difficulty in recovering it. Well, that's putting it mildly. It's not like you're going to travel across the desert plains to Area 51. There's areas up there, Steve, that I don't know how the heck they would ever recover, debris and such, but the time will come. The one over Lake Huron, I think I'd heard earlier yesterday, that was a guard plane out of Duluth. They happened to be down at Madison at the time they got the alert call. And it's funny, years back when Brandon was at the academy, we had a parent support group here in Wisconsin. We had a meeting at the Guard unit down here. And they said, the Guards are preferred over the Air Force for a lot of things like this, that there's quicker response time, that there's not as much red tape and such to go through to get a plane in the air. So, and they're pretty active. We've got with Chicagoland so close by, with all between the infrastructure and all the schools and technical colleges and such. We're right on the target list, for the big ones, so to speak. But you remember I commented a week or two back, we were talking about flying at elevation, high altitude, and the need for a fighter to use afterburner. When we had that little meeting down there, whoever was presenting it, he made reference that with 10 minutes notice, from the time they get the alert, they can have a plane down at the Sears Tower, but you won't have any fuel left. That's kind of the give and take in that scenario.
Right.
But, so yeah. So anyway, so Ford is going to get in the battery building business now too.
And how about
for,
the idea
EVs.
and they're teaming up with the Chinese company?
Well, granted, the pushes, for EVs. Well, and we've visited this so many times. I mean, about the potential, blackouts and brownouts that we're facing, already these days. I don't care how many windmills they put up and how many, grids they establish.
Mm-hmm.
Where the hell is all this electricity going to come from? And the manufacturers, OEMs, they're jumping on board. Are they going to end up with a massive inventory of electric vehicles that eventually that they're not able to move, and the public finally becomes aware of the danger, so to speak, of getting involved with owning vehicles that you can't drive? It just doesn't seem possible that they could come even close to being a fossil fuel free a transportation country in such way. What was it, 2035 that the target, Biden's target is, or whatever?
Of eliminating all internal combustion engine sales, yes.
Yeah. I mean, unless the petroleum industry, takes and switches gears and starts working towards the a green side of things, well, all I could see is the U.S. government getting involved. And do we want a state-owned energy system and such? Man, that no, I just maybe I'm one that lives in the dark ages and I'm a dinosaur or such, but I just can't imagine the swing towards the all electric environment. I can, the more I dwell on it, for a second vehicle, the grocery getter, things like that. I can see it possibly working, but to think that we as a country can, fall back on, electric vehicles and such as our, primary source of transportation and such. There's certainly more to come, but I'm all ears for somebody that can broaden my horizons here. But no, that's what I kind of. You're struggling for callers at the moment, dear Steve. I think we got a lot of listeners out there that, I'm sure they're just chomping at the bit, and so they're you better get ready for the swarm of callers about to burn up your lines there or whatnot. That's all I really had for at the moment here. We'll catch up with you later.
Have a good morning. Thank you for checking in there, Scarecrow. All right, and yeah, we're hearing on the news updates that who was it yesterday that eluded? I saw the headline early in the day, and I think CNN jumped all over it because I guess they were leading with the headline that the military has not ruled out the possibility of ET being involved in the shootdowns over the weekend. Do what? Yeah, this is the report that ran early in the day there Monday. Department of Defense officials declining to rule out the possibility that objects shot down over the U.S. could have extraterrestrial origins. It's General Glenn Van Herk who says, quote, "I haven't ruled anything out." He was responding to a question by Helen Cooper, a Pentagon correspondent with the New York Times, who says, have you ruled out aliens or extraterrestrials? And if so, why? Because that's what everybody's asking us right now. To which he said, I'll let the intel community and the counterintelligence community figure that out. At this point, we continue to assess every threat or potential threats unknown that approaches North America with an attempt to identify it. That response kind of set off a flurry, a firestorm of media accounts, kind of alluding to the U.S. government is not ruling out ET, extraterrestrials. Yeah, to which later in the day, the press secretary, the Jean-Claude Pierre, whatever the hell her name is, Karine Jean-Pierre, had to kind of reiterate, we're not alluding to extraterrestrials. This has nothing to do with aliens trying to invade our airspace, but they have not yet recovered any of the objects that were shot down over the weekend. If you weren't with us for our Monday morning program, they had to halt the recovery efforts off the coast of South Carolina for over the weekend due to the weather conditions. And they had planned to resume those operations on Monday, which indeed they did. And they did indeed hoist the large contraption with the solar panels and the antennas and all that was dangling from that original balloon from the ocean floor. They pulled that in this past day. So I guess that's headed to Quantico. Yeah, that's the one that they're really keen to find out exactly what China had flying over the country. But we'll get more after this. Quick time out to Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I heard some discussion this past day, and it makes a lot of sense. The whole idea of, how all of a sudden, after watching the big spy balloon traverse the country last week, we shoot something down Friday, we shot something down Saturday, we shot something down Sunday. We don't really know. I mean, there could be plausible explanations, like I said last evening. Could they be weather balloons, other sort of research balloons? I just don't know at this point. But the fact is, they're actually, I guess, now more than ever, we're looking for these kind of things flying over the country. a lot of the equipment, the radars, the detection stuff that we have wasn't really, I guess, orientated to be looking for the likes of balloons. Yeah, now all of a sudden, with all the attention that was garnered last week, we are really looking intensely for anything that may be entering our airspace. Now, the Pentagon did confirm that they had not yet recovered any of the debris, anything that was shot down over the weekend. John Kirby, communications coordinator for the National Security Council, said, "We have not yet recovered the debris of any of those three." Now, this is just conjecture. I think you're seeing the confluence of distinctive activity by our adversaries to maybe test our systems. He went on to explain how old NORAD's systems are and how the sheer number of things that have showed up is a coordinated effort. But again, we have not yet recovered the debris. Truth is, we have not yet been able to gain access to the objects that were shot down Friday, Saturday, or Sunday because of weather conditions. Now, the one that was shot down over Lake Huron, that's underwater. We're going to do everything we can to recover them. These could all be benign, trying to assure the American people, there could be totally explainable reasons for why these were flying around. I mean, there are corporate entities that operate these kind of things. We just don't know. As soon as we can get the debris, we'll share what we can. But it does not have to be something nefarious. But all those assurances kind of falling on deaf ears as the number of Republicans and Americans demanding answers. Pentagon officials, believe it or not, they actually held a press conference Sunday night in the middle of the Super Bowl, no less. In the end, most of the country was totally distracted, but they, according to the reports, they didn't really answer many, if any, questions during that press conference, for what it's worth. But Jolly Green Giant.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. The only problem, is this really Steve or is this George Norrie?
Uh-oh.
Because I'm not really sure after hearing what I'm hearing about UFOs over Lake Huron. Now, I heard that the USS Minnow was flying over Lake Huron with Captain Ron and Gilligan trying to shoot those objects down. Now, that's what I heard. So, I mean, I don't know what to say, man, But also I bring the attention to the audience. Maniac is going to be off. He hasn't been feeling good. So he's going through some hard times right now. If anybody out there wants to pray for Kevin, that'd be great. So I don't think he's listening right now. But either way, just want to let you know is that right now he's having some medical issues. And thank God Gilligan didn't bring up the Jolly Green or the Sex Maniac or Pappy, because we also live in the Cincinnati area. No, he's picking on Steve. He was picking on the right person, Steve, to be honest with you. So, I don't know what else to say. And that's for those electric cars that are going to be strictly electric by, 2035? I just don't think it's going to happen.
No.
I don't think it's going to happen.
It's a pipe dream.
Yeah, I think they're out of their mind. It's not going to work. Jolly Green's never going to take them by one of those electric cars. And I want to tell you, Sunday, I have to pick my son up in Mount Airy, and then I go north there on Coleraine Avenue up toward Ruffke and to get up to Hamilton where we go to church. So I come back down, I'm looking for lamps, and I stopped at a play right there at 275. And I'm not going to name the place, but you know what it is, Steve. And they're in the old Children's Palace a building.
Mm-hmm.
And I walked in there looking for lamps, and I'm telling you what, I couldn't believe my eyes. All I seen was LED lights, and, it looked like they were catering to the young crowd. I told the young guy there, and I said, there ain't no furniture in here for me. No, I said, you're not even considering the conservative older Americans, but I said, I told him, and I said, I don't want LED entertainment centers with the LED green and red lights and everything looked like silver and gold. I said, man, it's definitely not the furniture store for me.
Really?
And then I went into one farther down on Corrin Avenue going toward Mount Airy, and in there she didn't have no lamps at all, but she had nice furniture, but no lamps, you know. So I eventually had to go to Tri-County to some furniture stores in Tri-County, found what I was looking for. But it's kind of interesting when you walk into a furniture store, they look like they're catering to people in their 20s. You know, there ain't no such thing as old. I guess maybe Jolly Green's got to go to an antique store to buy what he wants, okay?
Well, I mean, can you even find the incandescent light bulbs on the shelf anymore? And that's the thing. I mean,
let's talk about that right there. Good point, Steve.
Okay. Before we got to pause there first. I'm sorry, Jolly Green. Yeah, I mean, I know they're phasing out the incandescent bulbs. You ain't got hardly any choice anymore but the LED lamps. But we'll come back, pick up there on a Tuesday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Julio Flores. Police are confirming there are 5 gunshot victims after at least 2 separate shootings at Michigan State University on Monday night. The victims are in the hospital and some have life-threatening injuries. A suspect is believed to be at large. Authorities were quick to arrive at the scene and found multiple victims. Shortly after that, there was another shooting with more victims. Community members are being urged to remain sheltered in place. President Biden will be establishing a group to investigate unidentified objects in U.S. airspace. This comes after 3 objects were shot down by the military over the weekend. White House National Security spokesman John Kirby said Biden directed an interagency team to study the broader policy implication for detection, analysis, and disposition of identified aerial objects. The U.S. still doesn't know what the objects spotted over Alaska, Canada, and Michigan are or where they came from. The U.S. earlier this week downed a Chinese surveillance object off the coast of South Carolina. 8 people were injured when a man took a truck on a rampage in New York City.
62-year-old Wang Suo sped through the streets of New York City Monday in a rented U-Haul truck. It's not clear what started the driving rampage, which began in the Brooklyn neighborhood of Bay Ridge and ended near the Battery Tunnel. Police say Suo told them he wanted to die. Suo rented the truck in Florida on January 23rd and was arrested for reckless driving on his way to New York. He also has 4 previous arrests in Nevada, where he used to live. 7 civilians and 1 police officer were injured. In Las Vegas, I'm John Schaefer.
A new survey suggests more Jews are feeling less secure in the U.S. The survey conducted by the American Jewish Committee found 41% of American Jews feel their status is less secure than it was a year ago. That's up 10 percentage points from 31% who said the same in 2021. Respondents attributed that feeling to the rise in anti-Semitic attacks and rhetoric in the U.S. Meanwhile, 8 in 10 Jews say anti-Semitism has increased in the past 5 years. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
The viewership numbers for this year's Super Bowl are in, and they're huge. Fox Sports says 113 million people watched the Kansas City Chiefs beat the Philadelphia Eagles in Arizona on Sunday, making it the most-watched Super Bowl in 6 years. The network that aired the big game also noted that Super Bowl 57 ranks as the 3rd most-watched TV show ever. Rihanna's halftime performance drew an average of more than 118 million viewers. As expected, Kansas City and Philadelphia were the top local markets. The State Department is reminding Americans to leave Russia.
When Moscow invaded Ukraine a year ago, U.S.-Russian relations crumbled as sanctions by the U.S. has crippled the ruble. In fact, today the ruble is worth 0.014 to the dollar. Russia has banned roughly 1,000 Americans, mainly politicians and journalists, from ever entering the country again. The U.S. Embassy in Moscow reissued their alert for Americans to leave the country now, citing the potential for harassment and the singling out of U.S. citizens for detention by Russian government and local officials. End quote. I'm Lance Pry.
A trio of ice fishermen in Vermont are dead after falling through ice on Lake Champlain due to warm weather. The first victim, a 62-year-old man, fell through the ice while fishing on Thursday. 2 days later, state police received reports that another vehicle with 2 people broke through the ice. There are new indications that it will cost Americans more to buy a home, a car, and most credit card balances will increase. This after a top Federal Reserve official warned of even higher interest rates. I'm Julio.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense.
Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we cross over the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone. That would be right. Welcome into a Tuesday. Happy Valentine's Day. From our friends at TNCRadio.live. Hello, Tom Kelly. Valentine's Day, right after the overnight drive. Stick around at TNCRadio.live for a special encore of Building Strong Minds with Dr. Christopher Kortman. We recorded this one last Valentine's Day. We talk about the perils of long-distance relationships and dealing with the broken heart. We also talk about how you can improve your relationship with anyone if you really want to. Then it's on to TFC Global's Truckers Life Radio. This important episode reminds us that human trafficking is not only real, but it hits close to home. Looks like that Kansas City may have lucked out again. The first part of the storm system swings through later today. Winds gusting over 40 miles per hour. Then things calm down a bit for Wednesday, just in time for the 1 o'clock in the afternoon parade, Super Bowl celebration, right? Now, a few hours after the parade, looks like the snow kicks in. Keep that in mind if Kansas City's in your path this week. And, of course, we're keeping a close eye on the storm systems this week. Looks like we're going to be activating the TNC Radio Storm Center sometime in the next 24, 36 hours. We'll keep you informed throughout the day on TNCRadio.live and the Truckers Safety Info Group there on Facebook. All right, Jolly Green, I did a quick search during the break there, and because I knew they were phasing out the incandescent bulbs, and I'll be honest, because I'm more of a traditionalist like you with the light bulbs, and they're more and more difficult to find, and when you can find them anymore, they seem to be even more expensive. Now, it says you can buy incandescent and halogen products until August 1st of this year, 2023, unless you're in a state with current restrictions. After that, some incandescent and halogen bulbs will still be available. They'll have to meet the new federal ruling that requires general service lamps, or GSLs, to meet a minimum efficiency of 45 lumens per watt. Now, that's the mandate that they have to produce more light energy than they actually use. That's 45 lumens per watt. If you get an old traditional lamp, you may not be able to find bulbs anyway.
The truth of the matter is, Steve, I was totally shocked when I walked into the local grocery chain looking for a three-way light bulb, and I was unaware of what you were talking about. And I walked in, and all they had was LED light bulbs. The bulb that I wanted went from $3, maybe $3.99, to $17 a light bulb.
That's what I'm talking about. That's off the rails.
Two of them. So you're looking at what? $34 for two light bulbs.
Yep.
So I'll tell you what. I was telling my wife. Wife said, "Well, you should have went to one of the other stores, right?" But I didn't know anything about they were doing away with it. But they didn't have none of those old light bulbs anymore. They were gone. Only LEDs now. It's the only thing I've seen on your show.
Yep.
So, but I what the heck? I mean, I can afford it on a McDonald's salary, okay? Or, for instance, in some of the local restaurants, a $17 light bulb. I wonder how long it's going to last. Yeah, that's the next question.
Yep.
How long is that light bulb going to last?
Yep.
We'll find out. So either way, Steve, have a good night, and I will be listening. So be aware of those light bulbs. It's going to cost you an arm and a leg.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. All right. Thank you much, Jolly Green. I can't remember how many years ago they began the process. They started phasing them out. The incandescent bulb. They started with like the 100-watt bulbs, and then the 75, then the 60, and on down the line. And again, by August 1 of this year, it's pretty much the end of the traditional incandescent light bulb. It's all the LED, and supposedly these LED bulbs are going to last so much longer Okay. It is 844-844-3388. Is that Hillbilly Tex? Morning. What's happening?
No, it's just Hillbilly.
Oh, just Hillbilly. Oh, hello, Hillbilly.
About the light bulbs, what, that 4 or 5 years ago when they closed the last discontested light bulb factory in the United States.
I think they did, yeah. Yeah.
So, I mean, I think they're all coming from China or Taiwan or wherever. But my prayer's going up to Michigan State where the shooting's going on. I guess it's still active with according to your news.
The shooter, they confirmed the shooter killed himself a little after the midnight hour. They did confirm that. Sometimes USA News takes a little longer to update their news, but yeah, that's. So I guess the lockdown has ended, but 3 dead, 5 hospitalized, a couple of them with life-threatening injuries. It could be more than 3 before it's over.
I got you. Going by memory lane, as I listened to you on hold there, I went by your old workplace going, it's been a couple of years since you've been up there.
Yep, it has.
So, but time moves on. I guess right now would be a bad time to be a pilot for a blimp.
You might get shot down, right?
But I mean, all seriousness, I mean, if they're shooting down water balloons or whatever, I mean, I think they're just kind of, I don't know, it's just trying to be in the public eye, trying to think, look what we're doing or what it is, but it's trouble times like we talked about last week. I mean, it could be anything.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that's just my 2 cents worth. Now with the batteries, I think the government's shooting themselves in the foot. What do they get for every gallon of gas? Road tax?
Right.
So the more batteries operated cars on here, they're going to get less money for the roads. So where are we going to get the money to repair the roads?
Oh, they're gonna implement. I mean, they're going to go to the. I guess what do they call it? The miles driven tax. They're going to track exactly how many. No matter what vehicle you're driving, you're going to pay.
People are really going to love that being tracked everywhere they go, like we are on the trucks. I don't think they see that part of it. But that's my 2 cents worth to it. And I'm going to get off here and let someone else get on, Steve.
All right. Well, have a good morning. Thanks for checking in there, Hillbilly. And when I see Hillbilly, I always think it's Hillbilly Tex, but there's more than one Hillbilly. I think what is he, the Kentucky Hillbilly? Fred Fleitz, the National Security Council's one-time chief of staff under the previous administration, did not glean any concrete statements from the White House explanation yesterday about the 3 unidentified objects shot down. At the same time, Fleitz praised White House officials for not throwing out these odd suggestions of extraterrestrials nearly inhabiting planet Earth, unlike General Glenn Van Herk, the head of NORAD, or Northern Command. Apparently yesterday, space aliens became a big story on CNN. That's why people should sign up for Newsmax, he said. Because the first spy balloon was a significant spy platform. Now, these other things, objects, balloons, were at lower altitude. They were not maneuverable. They may very well have been weather balloons. They may not even be from China. Like other private American citizens, he said he's been frustrated with the Pentagon and the administration for being less than forthcoming with the public in terms of what the military's been shooting down. But he's perhaps has more empathy for members of the Intelligence Committee, including the committee chair, Mike Turner, who've become kind of exasperated by Congress briefing intelligence members through the news, through their television sets. It's the only place you're really learning anything, if it's honestly true. As a former intelligence analyst, I don't want to draw any conclusions of what these things are, even if they belong to China, till we get some facts. Too many people are saying too much without any information. It is very possible these new objects are part of a Chinese Skynet of drones or balloons. We just don't know. On the other hand, they may be weather balloons that are permitted under international treaty. But President Biden's just kind of shooting from the hip because he feels, that's the way he needs to handle it, because he was hurt pretty badly by allowing that actual spy balloon to literally traverse the country, surveilling serious military locations all over the country before he shot it down. I'm really suspicious of what's going on, he said, but we are owed a lot of explanations here. You got some splaining to do, Lucy. All right, 844-844-3388. On down to, what's going on, Big Sexy?
Not much, Steve. Hey, on these spy balloon deals, or balloons, whatever they're shooting down over the weekend.
Right.
You know how many weather balloons are launched in the United States?
Yeah, I asked that question last evening.
Weather offices launch them every day. I mean,
all over the
our
planet.
Little Rock office launches them.
Hundreds are launched every day. I'd have to pull the number back up. I think it's like 100 or something that are launched here in the U.S. every day, twice a day.
Yeah. And, them things, they're going to float around, till they, get out of range or whatever, they're not just going to come down when they get where they, over one state or whatever. Little Rock launches them all the time. There's no telling where they wind up. They've got trackers on them because they transmit back, so they should know what it is. But if Biden's out there just shooting at everything in the sky, that could be a problem.
I mean, these weather balloons are relatively small. I mean, they're nowhere in comparison to, of course, the big one they shot down, last week. They haven't really said the size of anything they shot down over the weekend that I've heard of, though.
No, but they said they were smaller and they were at lower, altitude in the sky. So that's where these weather balloons would be lower. They wouldn't be at the height that one was flying,
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, who knows? They need to find out what it is, and they really need to find out what it is before they go shooting them down. Especially if it's just a weather balloon, What do they miss when they go to shoot it down?
Right.
Or like he said a while ago, would you want to fly a blimp right now? I heard you read that story I sent you about all that equipment they gathered over in Memphis for the radars and all that for measuring these storms.
That was interesting. Yeah, I mean, it looked like a scene right out of the movie Twister with all those different research groups all getting together, and it's pretty wild.
Yeah, and they're trying to place them in the path of the storm, just like they did on Twister,
Yep.
Of course, they've had these things around for a while. They moved a bunch of them in not very long ago. Remember when we were expecting that big outbreak, and they brought several of those mobile radars in. So they've been doing this for a while. But that was a pretty big gathering of them at the Agri Center in Memphis. So I sent you that. I thought you'd like that story.
Mm-hmm.
But how you like what we got coming this week?
Sound like, things may get, even we're in the zone this far north where we could see some stronger storms, they're saying.
Yeah, it's going to start later today with the wind here. And then Wednesday into Thursday into Thursday with severe weather. So,
yep.
But the wind, we're in an area where they're saying wind gusts could be 50, 55 mile an hour. You look at that map I sent you. But that's what I had for you. I just wanted to touch base on some of that.
Well, everything else going all right?
Yeah, everything's going fine. I'm pretty good ways into the route tonight. Got papers pretty early, so hope we'll be done pretty early. So everything's going good right now. I might want to knock on wood or something.
Things could get a little interesting over the next couple of days there in Arkansas. Yep. All right. Well, have a great night. Thanks for checking in, and thanks for sharing some of the news items you share with us. All right. I pulled the numbers back up. How many weather balloons are there? On any given day, nearly 1,800 weather balloons are launched across the world, including 92 here in the United States and U.S. territories. Each flight lasts about 2 hours, they say, during which a balloon drifts up to 125 miles and can reach an altitude of 100,000 feet. That's up there. Weather balloons are a key tool in forecasting. Each balloon has a device about the size of a shoebox attached to the so-called radiosonde that measures pressure, temperature, and relative humidity during the flight. Sends that data down to the monitoring stations every 1 or 2 seconds, which also allows researchers to track wind speed and the balloon's location. Now, according to the ABC News meteorology team, 1 or 2 missing weather balloons won't impact your daily forecast. However, many missing balloons could lead to more errors in weather models and weather forecasting. But the radiosonde allows the researchers operating the weather balloon to track it. There are regulations from the FAA require the balloon's operator to record their position every 2 hours. Operators are also required to provide traffic advisories to all affected aircraft, specifying the balloon's known or estimated position, direction of movement, and altitude. It's pretty wild. That's tracking a lot of balloons on any given day. Aviation analyst and veteran airline captain John Nance said a weather balloon might show up on radar, but because it doesn't contain a lot of metal, it's obviously more difficult for radar to spot. Something slow-moving that has very little metal in it will pop up on a regular radar, just a little noise. In other words, you might see it on the sweep, and you might not see it for another couple of sweeps, and then it might pop up again. Now, weather balloons do pass through the 31 to 41,000 commercial airline cruising altitude range, but they don't hover at that range. If it's up there at 60,000 feet or higher, there's no worry about it conflicting with air traffic unless it starts coming down. Now, the object shot down Sunday over Lake Huron. That was estimated to be floating at about 20,000 feet. Now, that's definitely right in the middle of air traffic. You don't want something like that hanging around, he said. But with all those balloons launched on any given day, what happens to them? After about 2 hours, most weather balloons burst, they say. The weather balloon can expand to, 20 feet in diameter when it reaches bursting altitude. Then the little shoebox-sized thing actually has a parachute that allows it to fall back to the earth safely. Each one of them has a mailing bag and instructions if someone finds it on how to return it. I've never found one in all my years on this earth. According to the National Weather Service, about 15,000 of these things do get returned each year out of about 75,000 that we send up. The government fixes and then reuses the radiosondes, which saves them money, obviously. So, all right, so I guess not even a quarter of them get found. It could be out there in the middle of nowhere, anywhere. Most of them probably coming down to the woods, hanging up in trees and things like that. All right, a couple minutes before we hit news break, bottom of the hour. Let's get to Duke, I believe it is, from New Hampshire.
Hey, Steve, good morning. I just wanted to thank you guys for the Hot Shot Secret. I used my code there about a week or so ago, and I got the gasser package. I was putting in my 2019 Colorado, and it's working great. I used the Stiction Eliminator, put it in the tank, and it seems to run a lot better. But I wanted to call and thank you guys.
Yeah. Now the Stiction Eliminator, that goes you put that in the oil, right? That goes in the oil side.
Oh, all right. I guess it was the gasoline additive that.
All right, you got probably the gasoline extreme. Okay, yeah.
That's it. Yeah, that was the gasoline extreme. Yeah, it worked really good. But I was also calling about these balloons. You know, it's been a few years, but wasn't there a weather balloon crashed in Roswell, New Mexico? Wasn't that supposed to be a weather balloon? I don't know.
It's not. I have to go
I'm
back.
thinking like 1947, maybe. I don't know.
Oh, you mean like out there in Area 51? Oh, okay.
Well, yeah. Roswell, New Mexico.
Yeah.
It's still kind of being advertised, but I don't know. Just saying. But
Guess you got to go back to the archives. It was 1947. That was actually the year.
Yeah.
I think that's, some say, I don't know, that was an alien spacecraft. That was no weather balloon. From the Smithsonian Magazine, 1947, a high-altitude balloon crash landed in Roswell. The aliens never left. Despite the persistence in popular culture, they say extraterrestrial life owes more to the imagination than reality. They've got a copy of the actual newspaper headline, the Roswell Daily Record, the big bold headline that day. RAAF captures flying saucer on a ranch in the Roswell region. No details of the flying disc revealed. That's the old story. But hey, news break time here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. A gunman opened fire Monday night at Michigan State University, killing 3 people and wounding 5 more before fatally shooting himself off campus amid an hours-long manhunt, during which frightened students hid in the dark. Police reported the man's death early Tuesday, 4 hours after the shooting broke out, first at Berkeley Hall, an academic building, and then nearby at the MSU Union, a popular hub to eat or study. Hundreds of officers had scoured the East Lansing campus about 90 miles northwest of Detroit for the suspect, whom police described as a short black man with red shoes, a jean jacket, and a ball cap. Michigan State is canceling all its activities on campus, including all sporting events for the next 48 hours following the deadly shooting at the school on Monday. The news affects the Spartans men's basketball game against Minnesota on Wednesday and men's tennis, which was scheduled to host Drake. MSU's women's basketball team is set to visit Purdue on Wednesday, but it's unclear at this time if that game will be affected. Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Under industry headlines from CDL Life this past day. Guess I gotta ask, you ever stop for a restroom break under your trailer? Huh? One person dead after a truck driver accidentally ran over them during a bathroom break in South Texas over the weekend. I guess that was near the border checkpoint in Corpus Christi. According to Chris TV News, the truck driver pulled over on U.S. Route 77 to use the restroom beneath the trailer of the truck. Both the truck driver and their passenger, 59-year-old Tina Berkey, got out of the truck to use the bathroom at different times. A police report states the unnamed truck driver didn't realize Berkey had left the truck cab and began driving as Berkey was using the bathroom beneath the trailer. She became pinned beneath the trailer. Police called to the scene. Berkey was pronounced dead. What a bizarre story. The investigation is ongoing. Meanwhile, a California-based truck driver arrested in Indiana after state police discovered a large amount of cocaine in the vehicle following a routine traffic stop. 2:30 in the afternoon in the Indianapolis area, February the 10th, state police trooper pulled over a Peterbilt truck, no trailer, headed east on I-70 for failing to signal a lane change. Something so simple to create a routine traffic stop. If you're going to be, doing something like moving illicit drugs around the country, you might be better off if you obeyed the traffic rules, to avoid getting pulled over, you think? Anyway, as the trooper spoke to the truck driver and checked his paperwork, he began to notice indications of potential criminal activity. Bring in the canine. State Police Canine Cole did an open-air sniff and alerted to the presence of narcotics on the truck. A physical search uncovering 154 pounds of suspected cocaine in the sleeper berth. Field test confirmed the substance was cocaine. Estimated street value of $2.8 million. 43-year-old California-based truck driver Onkar Singh was arrested on drug charges, booked into the Marion County Jail. State police commander said this significant drug seizure is a result of sustained and persistent efforts by troopers assigned to our drug enforcement section. They spend countless hours patrolling our highways, diligently utilizing their specialized training to intercept and seize illegal narcotics being transported in and through the state of Indiana. Guess Mr. Singh going to spend some time behind bars, right? Well, what's happening with Pappy this morning?
Did you say that was in Indiana, Steve?
In the Indianapolis area, yes.
Oh, dude, he's in trouble, man. Indiana does not mess around, Steve. I'm telling you that right now. No,
Really?
that's for a fact. He's in trouble.
Uh-oh.
Now, if it was California, they probably would have just cited him right there on the highway and gave him a court date, Oh, man. Steve, this whole balloon thing, I'm telling you what. I already lost confidence, right, in this government. But, man, I'm telling you what a joke. Complete joke. What's coming out of their mouths. All of them. Just crazy.
Well,
shooting down what they don't know what they're shooting down.
For Van Herk, I guess he's the one that gets the dumbass of the year nomination for, even slightly suggesting we haven't ruled out it's ET. And the media went bat crap crazy with that comment.
Steve, remember, anything the media says is the complete opposite, right? Man, who knows what the heck is really going on?
Right.
Who really knows? First thing that came to my mind is, like I said, I think Biden's running for new re-election. So he can sit there in the debates, and I'm the president that shot down more balloons than any prior administration before me.
Yeah.
I don't know. What if China's really, really playing this, Steve? What if they're like, man, what do you think Biden would do if, there are a bunch of other balloons coming across? He's probably going to try to play the tough guy and shoot them down. So let's just fill these things with who knows what kind of either chemical or biological stuff. We shoot them down and it gets spread all over the United States. Man. Hey, did you bring up, I sent you an email about a week ago, maybe, about the Oklahoma state capitol being taken over? you ever talk about that on
I
the air or
don't
not?
think I brought it up on the air, and I did see that. I guess there was. I mean, what the governor tried to say? No, it wasn't an insurrection. I don't know. It was 100 or 100 and some individuals in the LGBT community or whatever that were upset about what the law that they had passed there or something about not being allowed to do. Is that the one where the kids weren't allowed to have the surgery or whatever? Am I on the right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yeah, their state legislature passed a law saying that we're not going to be doing any operations, on anyone under the age of 18 that's having little issues if they're boys or girls. In other words, we're not going to do hysterectomies on 14-year-old girls who think they're boys.
Okay.
So the LGBTQT or TQ, whatever the heck it is, right, stormed the state capitol and pretty much took it over, Steve. But it's not an insurrection now, is it? The media was calling it a little protest, a little sit-in demonstration.
Right.
You follow me? You've seen a video on it, Steve. Yeah, there were several hundred in there. I mean,
a lot of people.
Flat out, Yeah. And it was on February the 6th. So I'm not saying it was an insurrection, but, it just cracks me up how the media spins their little thing.
Looked kind of reminiscent of what was kind of going on in D.C.
Yeah. Steve, if that would have been the other way around, right, there would have been some, I don't know, moms, parents protesting something for school. It would have been an insurrection, Steve. You're right. Oh, man. What else is going on, Andy?
Not a whole heck of a lot. Valentine's Day, right?
Yes, sir, it is. Well, I don't know, Steve. I didn't go out and do any shopping. Don't really have anybody to shop for except for the kids, Yeah, it is what it is. Another day. Hey, Bongino was talking about, man, I think we talked about this maybe several months ago about spoofs, radar spoofs, possibly some new technology. Remember when they were coming out saying, hey, we got videos of UFOs? Remember when they released all that?
Right.
And videos that the Navy captured, and man, is this UFOs? Are these aliens? Right? Might be some new technology out there, Steve, that makes radar appear to be picking something up that's not there. Follow me? Wouldn't that be a heck of a thing, Steve? I mean, literally making radar pick something up where they think, hey, man, there's a fleet of ships coming at us.
Yeah.
Right? So you readjust and do your maneuvering, and maybe take your task force and move it because you think this task force from another country is coming in and it's not there. And you just relocated all your assets to one place. Now this other place might be open for an attack.
Yeah.
Some, I don't know, interesting stuff, So, man, it's just, who knows what to believe, man. This stuff is just so off the hook. All I can say is just be prepared for whatever, All right, man, that's about all I got.
Cover all the possibilities. Is that the idea?
Yeah. Steve, I got the TV on while I'm sitting here. Geraldo Herrero.
Oh, yeah, Geraldo's still doing his thing.
What a goof, man. What a goof, some of the stuff he says. He's a goof. That's all I'm going to say. I don't care if he's listening.
Yeah.
Who else been coming around? That dude, what's that other guy's name? Had that show Politically Incorrect. Bill Maher.
Right.
Right? Whacked out leftist. Steve, he's been coming out dogging the woke crowd. He's kind of coming around a little bit. I don't know if you could maybe pull up some stuff on him. I think where did I see this clip at? It was on another dang on podcast. He was talking about people that commit crime should be locked up, right? And I think it was even a homicide they were talking about. And like one person started clapping in his audience, right? He dogged his own audience. What, you don't think people should be locked up for committing murder? Did you hear about that lady that was somebody snatched up her purse? She ran after him, got caught in the car door. They drug her to her death. And her family members and some of her friends are coming out saying that they don't want the perpetrators arrested and prosecuted.
Yes, I did. I think I have that story over here. I had that last night. I never touched on it. I mean, how crazy is it? So
what?
They don't want the perpetrators to pay any penalty.
Yeah, what the heck, Steve? This is the woke left Democrat. I've seen some stats on all these major cities run by the Democrats, how the crime rate is through the roof. These George Soros appointed prosecutors, education system. I mean, we've talked about this, Steve, for months and months and months, man. But I guess the numbers are really so bad. And here you got I could say, hey, we forgive the people. You know, if you're on that higher plateau than I am, right? But to not hold them accountable for what they done, people are whacked out. So yeah, I'll let you dig that up. You can read that off when I hang up.
I got you. All right.
Think about that.
Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs is all I could say. Jennifer Angel is her name. Angel. California, of course. She identified as an anarchist and social justice advocate. She's dead. Yeah, the victim of a brutal theft, but family and friends don't want the criminals who killed her prosecuted because that would go against her values. What? Jennifer Angel went to a Wells Fargo bank branch in Oakland. A car pulled in front of her vehicle, blocked her from leaving. Her fiance, Ocean Motley, says, spokesperson with the Oakland police said around 12:30 p.m., an individual broke into her car while she was in it, stole something, and ran back to a waiting vehicle. She chased after the thief initially, got caught in the door of the fleeing car, dragged down the street, hitting her head several times, rushed to the hospital where she was placed in a medically induced coma, underwent emergency surgery. Part of her skull was removed to help reverse the severe swelling on the brain. Jennifer died from her injuries sustained in the robbery. Doctors confirmed she had lost all brain function. Family and friends issued a statement. It's with very heavy hearts that we announce that Oakland baker, small business owner, social justice activist, and community member Jen Angel has been medically declared to have lost all brain function and will never regain consciousness. We know Jen would not want to continue this cycle of harm by bringing state-sanctioned violence to those involved in her death or to other members of Oakland's rich community. A longtime social movement activist and anarchist, Jen did not believe in state violence, carceral punishment, or incarceration as an effective or just solution to social violence and inequity. Angel worked toward an ecologically sustainable society where people are free and equal. The criminals involved in her death should not be prosecuted, they say. So the criminals, she wouldn't want you to go to prison for that. Are you serious? If the Oakland police does make an arrest in this case, the family is committed to pursuing all available alternatives to traditional prosecution, such as restorative justice. Jennifer's death should not be used to further inflame narratives of fear, hatred, and vengeance, nor to advance putting public resources into policing, incarceration, or other state violence that perpetuates this cycle of violence. Okay. Glad you mentioned that. But yeah, you can't make this stuff up. In other words, I guess she's one of the advocates for defund the police. We shouldn't have any policing. And, I mean, she's dead, murdered, and family said she wouldn't want the perpetrators, her murderers, to have to serve any time in prison or pay any sort of a punishment, no penalty for their crime. Yes, you talk about woke. It doesn't get any more woke than that, does it? That is absolutely insane. But yeah, it's the real deal. What you're saying, Gary, what's happening?
Yeah, what's going on, Steve? That's the land of fruits and nuts. I reckon they can just stay on out there.
Yeah.
Well, on the good news, car will be all back together tomorrow, ready to go. Just wait until the weather to break a little bit to go test. And on the bad news, last Friday my house burnt.
Really?
Yeah, I was home. I was sitting on the couch getting ready to watch the noon news, and somebody beat on the door. A parts lady delivering parts to the farmer's garage down the street said, "Your house is on fire." I didn't even know it. Didn't smell it. It started in the attic in the dining room, and it pretty well, I would say it'll be a total loss. The fire investigator come out, pinpointed where the fire started. It was a wiring. Something evidently got up in the attic and chewed on some wires.
Wow.
At some point in time, that's where it started. But it's one of them things. So I looked at it as long as I could look at it, and I decided I'd just come get in the truck and go to work. Nothing I can do there.
So did the fire actually get down and consume like all the furniture and everything, or did it? I guess obviously you have probably sustained water damage on everything.
Oh yeah, I mean it. I didn't really have any fire below. About a foot above the ceiling is about where it burnt to on the one end. About half the house, pretty much. The whole attic is, the length of the house is pretty much been on fire, everything in it.
Yeah.
But, they spray so much water and so much foam that the ceilings in the basement are even down now because of all the water. So, the accident or the fire investigator that they sent out, he said he would just about bet it'll be a total loss by the, basically, they got to gut the house all the way down to the studs, and they somehow shellac it where it seals the smoke in, and then put all new drywall, new flooring, everything in. So it's I would say it's a total loss. Just, I don't mind the loss of the house. It's just the loss of the, all the memorabilia and stuff you can't replace. You don't know what you lost.
Yep. Wow.
I managed to save a few things and save the majority of my clothes because they was on the end of the house that didn't burn down into the house anyway. Of course, firemen pulled the ceiling down in those rooms anyway, too, just looking for fire. But the battalion chief said that he thought sure they'd lose it. It'd burn all the way to the ground, but they had 8 companies out there. Of course, I live out in the country, so everybody's got a tanker truck. All of them showed up because they didn't know how much they had to put on it. But me and the pups we're sitting on the couch, getting ready to watch the noon news.
Wow.
Now, I didn't even know it was on fire. I didn't even have no idea at all. None. Didn't even smell it. And pretty well engulfed the roof. But me and the dogs, I sewed my breeches on and put a pair of shoes on and coat, and grabbed the 2 dogs, and out the door I went.
Yeah.
But I guess that's the important part. Replace what was in there, sort of. But
yep.
Kind of a mess. I know that much.
All the belongings can be replaced, but you or the pups couldn't. So that's right.
Yeah. They don't understand now when I'd let them out, or take them out there at the house. They didn't understand. They can't go back.
They're ready to run back in, right? And all right, we got to pause for a news break here.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
USA News, I'm Julio Flores. A gunman opened fire Monday night at Michigan State University, killing 3 people and wounding 5 more before fatally shooting himself off campus amid an hours-long manhunt during which frightened students hid in the dark. Officials in East Lansing say that person killed himself when he was approached by police not far from where Monday's shooting occurred. Hundreds of officers had scoured the East Lansing campus about 90 miles northwest of Detroit for the suspect, whom police described as a short black man with red shoes, a jean jacket, and a ball cap. It's too early to know the motive and whether the man had some type of affiliation with the university. His name was not immediately released. Michigan State is canceling all its activities on campus, including all sporting events, for the next 48 hours following the deadly shooting at the school. The news affects the Spartans' men's basketball game against Minnesota on Wednesday and men's tennis, which was scheduled to host Drake. MSU's women's basketball team was set to visit Purdue on Wednesday, but it's unclear at this time if that game will be affected. Over 24 states are now under snow and wind alerts as a pair of storm systems moves across the country. Meteorologists say the first storm could bring a foot of snow to parts of Colorado, Oregon, and Washington. Super Bowl 57 in Arizona was the first time the big game was played in a state with legalized sports betting. A year from now, the game happens in a place with sports betting.
Las Vegas is, as they say at the NFL draft, on the clock. And when it comes to hosting big events,
we know how to do it in Las Vegas.
Nevada Governor Joe Lombardo, NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell says he has every confidence in Vegas.
They really have done an extraordinary job understanding how we want to present the NFL in that community, but more importantly, how to do it Las Vegas style.
Until 5 years ago, the league banned Las Vegas from even advertising during a Super Bowl. Today, 33 states have legalized sports betting, and the league has numerous deals with casinos and betting sites. In Las Vegas, I'm Richard Johnson.
This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Changes to school nutrition programs that push more fruits, vegetables, and whole grains saw a reduction in the body mass indexes in kids and teens. That's according to a new study out by JAMA Pediatrics that followed kids between the ages of 5 and 18 between 2005 and 2020. Previous research had indicated that school meals were linked to childhood obesity before stricter guidelines were introduced. This report comes as the U.S. once again considers updates that would put further restrictions on added sugar and sodium in school meals. The Super Bowl champion Chiefs are back in Kansas City.
They returned Monday with the Lombardi Trophy in hand after knocking off the Philadelphia Eagles in Arizona. Quarterback and Super Bowl MVP Patrick Mahomes spent the day at Disneyland with his family. The California theme park threw a parade for the Chiefs to celebrate the win. Kansas City will honor its home team with the Chiefs Kingdom Champions parade through downtown on Wednesday. I'm Ryan Daniels.
The Raiders are moving on from their quarterback. NFL Network is reporting the team will be releasing Derek Carr in advance of his money becoming fully guaranteed. The decision comes after Carr said over the weekend he was unwilling to accept a trade to the Saints or any other team. The veteran quarterback has a full no-trade clause. Carr would have made just over $40 million next season if Vegas wanted to keep him. The 31-year-old threw for 3,522 yards with 24 touchdowns and 14 interceptions last season. He was originally drafted by the Raiders in the second round back in 2014. I'm Julio Flores. USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
There you go, underway on a Tuesday. Happy Valentine's Day. Across that midnight hour on the West Coast. Can't trust your week's off to a good start. Yeah, speaking of those travelers, whether rain or wind or snow, boy, the map is just packed. Let's say the western 2/3 of the country, as we kind of gear up for the 1-2 punch winter storm watches in place for central and eastern Colorado through much of western Kansas, all the way up into southeastern Nebraska. You know, winter weather, winter storm warnings, weather from the northern portions of Arizona. Really? High wind watches and high wind warnings stretching from Southern California all the way to Louisiana, northward up into central Illinois and even southeastern Iowa. Wind advisories extended over into central Kentucky, central and eastern Tennessee. I mean, it's going to get kind of crazy over the next couple days. Yeah, starting today, the Texas Panhandle region, some areas will see 50, 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Not the best of times to be out there in the high profile vehicles, if you know what I mean. They'd be rocking and a rolling. Meanwhile, in the Sunshine State, hello to Wheelchair Dave. Got your email earlier this past evening, Steve, for any of your listeners maybe that can go every night in the month of February. You've got a dirt race every night. Yeah, very similar to the Hell Tour each year in the month of June. Dirt racing at its best, watching the late models or the modifieds or even the sprint cars. I think maybe Michigan Madman and Rubber Duck are normally down there as well. But yeah, Dirt Nationals. That's February the 6th through the 20th. Yeah, like literally every night. That's pretty crazy. You gonna make it out to any of the racing action there in Florida, Philip? Hey there, what's happening?
No, I'm not going to be able to make any. Not going to be able to go to the race at all down here because I'm too busy out here working right now.
Working.
I won't be able to. I won't be able to get to see it. I'd rather sit home and watch it on TV anymore as far as Daytona and that kind of stuff goes. But I do support the local tracks. I mean, if anybody wants to have a good time, go out to the local tracks like New Smyrna and Volusia and those tracks like that. But that's where it all started from, and that's probably the best racing that you'll ever see. You know, go to your local tracks. And if you don't want to go to a half mile or something like that, you know, like New Smyrna, you just want to take in some drag racing, just go to your local tracks like Orlando Speedway, Buffalo, or down to Bradenton, or do some of that. And the tracks need the help, and it's a pretty good time. So.
Yep.
Did I hear you right saying that this lady got drugged with her purse and passed away, and her family doesn't want to convict the guy who drove the car?
They don't want to press any charges. That's correct, yes, because she was self-described anarchist and social justice reformer. So, I guess she doesn't believe in incarceration. She does not believe in corporal punishment, or that is nuts.
Now, aren't those the same folks that'll do that kind of stuff? And I'm not saying her family's going to do this, but there's a lot of folks out there that are like that. And then they'll go out and they'll sue the manufacturer of the purse, or they'll sue the manufacturer of the vehicle, or they'll sue the parking lot, the person who owns the parking lot, because the car was in their parking lot.
Right.
And do all that kind of crazy mess, but they won't prosecute the person who actually committed the crime. It's the same way with the gun control right now. We're going to go after the gun manufacturers and all the people that make all the ammunition and all the, the stocks and all this other stuff. But in reality, we need to talk about the people who actually commit the crime. So, I mean, I'm not saying that lady's family, it's just my opinion. But, it just seems like to me those are the folks that will go out and do all this sue crap and suing people and do it all day long. And that's not right. What do you think, Steve?
Yeah, right. I can't wrap my mind around it. I can't grasp it. That's California, like, who was it? Gary said the land of fruits and nuts. I guess that's, for some of those folks, that's normal.
Well, you look at it, years ago, you know what PETA is.
Oh, yeah.
And what those folks are. I remember them up in Illinois back in the 90s protesting about this and that with animals. And every one of those folks were driving a brand new Mercedes with leather seats in it. Now, what's leather made out of? Let's get with the thought here, folks. Okay, so that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. But to change gears a little bit, what'd you think about that Starship light-up on them 31 motors?
I didn't really. Did they do it? I wasn't aware. When did they do that?
They did that last Thursday. They lit up all 33, but they had 2 that shut down. They didn't shut down. They went to an idle stage, they call it. But they actually could have taken off with 31 engines on that thing, and they lit it up. I mean, they lit it up good. I forget how many millions of pounds of thrust it was, but it was crazy, and you couldn't even see the thing before all the smoke and the dust and all the other stuff going through the air. You couldn't even see it. But they put a water suppression on it, and just like they did with the Atlas and all those other ones. And it was cool. It was very cool. I think we're going to be seeing that thing go up within the next month.
Wow.
It's going to be close. It looked really good. I mean, yeah, you could just type it on YouTube, and they even had it on all their launch. They did a launch like the weekend after, and they said that was their biggest accomplishment, and they've got the record now. They got the biggest rocket, biggest engines fired off that thing. Now, thrust, everything. They've got the record right, so we'll see how it goes. Musk might want to do something else. He's going to probably be doing something else with the Starship. You know, Steve, he's talking about putting something up where anybody could be in any place in the world in an hour. Did you hear anything about that?
I have not.
Okay, so what he's wanting to do is take these starships. You don't even have to go up into space with them. You can just go up, launch them, and you could be anywhere in the world in an hour. And if you noticed, he had a contract not too long ago with the government that he was talking with the DOD, and he's got a contract with them to develop a vehicle that will be anywhere in the world within an hour. So you think about deployment into, war zones and whatnot like that, anywhere in an hour. And you think about the tonnage that thing can carry, that's some crazy stuff there. So even the Concorde, which was the fastest plane, it's 3 hours to go over to England from New York. So that's some crazy stuff. What do you think?
That's pretty wild. I mean, as far as like troops, I don't know how many troops they'd be able to carry, but I mean, you could probably get equipment and munitions and things like that anywhere in short order.
Well, you think about it, he could probably haul an Abram, move one tank in an hour. Now you think how long it takes to move one tank now on just one of the smaller cargo planes, say from the United States over to, let's say, like in the Gulf, back in we had the Desert Storm and all that. It takes a lot to move equipment. Look at World War II. Look at the amount of time it took us to move equipment to go over into World War II. I mean, that alone is the savings in cost is unbelievable. And it's a reusable vehicle, so it can be used time and time and time again. They're actually building 2 of those launch pads at Cape Canaveral. They've got that one almost done now. The one that you see out in Boca Chica, there's a mirrored copy of it sitting right now, right close to 39A. And there's probably going to be another one sitting beside it before it's over with. So it's coming. So let's see if he gets everything going. So that's all I pretty much got today. And before I go, I want to congratulate Patrick Mahomes going to Disneyland. So y'all have a good one. Thanks, bud.
Right, okay. 18 past the hour. Hey, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that may be sitting around with the gas in it. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in the fuel system. Make sure to store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And if you'd like to save on your Sta-Bil order, go to goldeagle.com. That's the website, parent company of Sta-Bil. Use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout, and you'll get 15% off your entire order. Again, via goldeagle.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed, do that. We've got several lines available. Hey, hello to the Tipsy driver. Giving us an update. He said, I did order and receive the Stick Shit Eliminator and Gasoline Extreme to give my 2013 Terrain a second dose because I had such great success with them 3 oil changes ago. I need to order some more FR3 and LX4 for the 2018 Terrain with 27,000 miles on it. I want to keep these vehicles running as long as I can. I do not want to be forced to buy an electric vehicle. Yeah, they kind of scare me. I also ordered a chicken and an egg through Amazon. I'll let you know what comes in first. Love the show, though. All right, Dipsy driver, good to have you on board. Mr. Anonymous, hello?
Yeah, this is Gilligan. Yeah, I'm back. Hey, by the way, need to set the record straight on 2 things. Scarecrow is mistaken. The yellow Cupid was not bottomless. He was wearing a Speedo.
Oh boy, that's almost as bad.
Other thing, GMA and B Enterprises has absolutely nothing to do with these balloons. We're not going to send out something to shoot them down. That's some of that fake news put out by the Jolly Green Giant. You know, we gotta watch that character. He's something else. You know that. Touching on something he brought up about these LED light bulbs. Well, you remember when they first started this crap, they did that fluorescent bulbs, the little curly cubes.
Right.
You know what I'm talking about?
Right, yeah, the ones where if you dropped one, you had to have like a hazmat kit to clean it up.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, I bought some of the newer ones. Now, they will literally screw into your standard lamp socket.
Sure.
You know, and they do put out a good bit of light. Now, am I totally convinced that's the way of the future? I don't know. I don't know. I'm like you and a lot of others. I'm not big on change, but if it's saving energy and all that, maybe it's a good thing. But I'm not totally sold on it. He was talking about that all the incandescent bulbs are now made overseas. Well, Winchester's proof of that. That stuff's went out. There was a very large GE lamp plant there in the city of Winchester that had been there longer than I've been alive, you know. And I can't remember how many hundreds of employees they had, but they closed it up several years ago because of that. You know, it just the call for the 40 incandescent light bulbs had diminished to nothing, you know, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a crying shame, but I could maybe go with the LEDs, the newer light bulbs, but have no interest in electric car, electric vehicle. So, you know, that's just, I mean, none of that makes sense. I mean, we don't have the material. We don't have the natural resources to do this, you know, and I can't understand why people cannot see that. That's just, it's, because I've seen the pictures of where they're mining this cobalt and the lithium and stuff. I don't get how people can say, oh, this is the way of the future, this is going to save the environment. Well, it looks like to me about the same as the strip mining they did back in the 70s and such. You know, it's on that same idea. I mean, I've seen the scars in West Virginia and Western Maryland. I Pennsylvania from the strip mining and stuff. It just, the problem is we're dealing with people that have tunnel vision. They look at what they're told to look at and nothing else. You know, I literally had a Democrat tell me a while back that he voted for Biden. Why? Because he was worried about my Social Security. They buy into this crap, that they are the ones protecting people's futures, even though they're the ones taking it and giving it to people that refuse to work. And he'll swear up down he don't agree with that either, but he'll vote for it every election. That's just downright frustrating. But yeah, I know a lot of people run into that themselves out there. I mean, it's sad. I've said for years, like Jimmy Carter's heart was in the right place. I mean, you can't take anything away from what Jimmy Carter's intentions was. Unfortunately, his head was buried about 3 foot up his gluteus maximus. You know, that's the sad part of it. One thing I'll touch on is this lady that got drug tests and doesn't want the perpetrator, would not want the perpetrators prosecuted.
Right.
That's this mindset. I don't get it. To open up all the prisons and all this, it's amazing that people really believe that criminals will stop doing things if you just leave them be. It's like the defund the police. I had a conversation with a very intelligent gentleman. I mean, yeah, business and everything. He told me, said the police is the problem. And I'm here like, how can you say that? No, we need to get the police out of the neighborhoods and all this. It's like, I don't know how you can counter this idea. They've got the mindset the police are the problem. I mean, they have been trained to believe that all their lives. I don't know how to change that mindset, but we need to figure out a way to, I believe I've had friends of mine say something about having police officers come into the schools and stuff and talk to the kids and stuff. And of course, the left will always fight that. But let them know the police is not their enemy. The police is there to help the law-abiding, But unfortunately, like the episode down in Memphis, that gives the police a black eye.
Yeah.
I mean, my daughter has serious aspirations of becoming a West Virginia State Trooper. I believe in a few years she will be going to the academy. I was sorry to hear about the Cincinnati police officer that took her life. Unfortunately, a West Virginia State Trooper out of the Charleston office.
And I'm up against the clock there, Gil, again. I got to get my news break in.
USA News Update. The suspect who opened fire on the campus of Michigan State University is dead. Officials in East Lansing say he took his own life as he was approached by police not far from where the Monday shootings occurred. They say he was a 43-year-old male with no apparent connection to the school. At least 3 people were killed and another 5 wounded. Major League Baseball is keeping one of its experimental rule changes. ESPN is reporting the league will continue to have a runner on second base to start each extra inning during all regular season extra innings games. The MLB Joint Competition Committee has voted unanimously to make the rule permanent after 3 seasons of implementing it. The league also reportedly made a change to position players pitching, as teams must lead by 10 or more runs in the 9th inning to send a position player to the mound. The rule also applies if a team is trailing by 8 or more runs. Football season is over, but college basketball season is ramping up. Selection Sunday for the men's and women's tournaments is set for March 12th. Julio Flores, USA.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9-ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, plenty of room for you at 844-3388. Tragedy on the ice. Wow. You know, here it is. We're in the middle of February. The dead of winter. And you'd think the ice would be plenty thick enough in Vermont and New Hampshire. 3 fishermen dead after falling through the ice at Vermont's Lake Champlain. The abnormally warm weather conditions. After the deaths, the 43rd annual Islands Ice Fishing Derby was called off Saturday morning due to the unsafe conditions. The Grand Isle County Sheriff's Department requested the cancellation, which was followed by a Facebook post from the event organizers announcing that the tickets would be refunded. But the three fatalities, a 62-year-old Wayne Alexander, 71-year-old John Fleury, and 88-year-old Wayne Fleury. A National Weather Service out of Burlington had warned of unstable ice thickness on area lakes and ponds due to the recent warmer temperatures. The Weather Service also warned that ice is never 100% safe, recommending people do not go out if you're not sure. Of course, organizers of the event there, the ice fishing derby, had warned against driving any sort of a vehicle onto the ice this year. Meanwhile, looks like the gunman may have picked the wrong restaurant to shoot up over the weekend. Leading up to the Super Bowl, they're in Phoenix. Witnesses told police another armed man who was inside the eatery shot the gunman, halting the threat. Detectives say 26-year-old Oscar Luna entered a restaurant Saturday night, began firing a number of rounds. The restaurant in question appears to be the Tacos El Rancho, which is in the area of Camelback Road, according to KTAR. Police said another man in the restaurant during the incident shot Luna. Officers arriving on the scene about 10 p.m. Found Luna suffering from a gunshot wound. Sergeant Bauer added that the man whom police detained in question was inside the restaurant during this incident and had shot the individual, ending the confrontation. Fire department took Luna to a local hospital where he did not survive his injuries. In the meantime, the man police detained said he exercised self-defense. Other witnesses supported the man's statement. Police added no arrests have been made, and the incident remains under investigation. But once the active investigation is complete, according to the Maricopa County Attorney's Office, they'll review the case to determine if any criminal charges are warranted. But, those commenting on social media about the incident seemed decidedly in the corner of the man who ended the threat. Imagine eating in a restaurant. Criminal enters the building with the gun, starts shooting randomly. Now, this clearly sounds like self-defense and defense of others, as the term goes. Great response to a bad situation, right? Had there not been an armed individual in the eatery, it may have been a totally different outcome, right? And we'll get back to your calls ahead. Again, plenty of room for you, but 844-844-3388. I cannot help but scratch my head and wonder why. Why would we do this? The Biden administration announcing this past day, we're going to sell 26 million barrels of crude from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Now, supposedly, this is a release that had been mandated by Congress in previous years. Now, this will undoubtedly temporarily push the SPR below the current level of about 372 million barrels, the lowest level since 1983. Bids on this oil are due by February the 28th. The oil will be delivered from April the 1st to June the 30th. Now, they said the Energy Department had been considering canceling the fiscal year 2023 sale of the 26 million barrels. Undoubtedly, after the Biden administration last year sold 180 million barrels. But they're trying to say a cancellation would have required Congress to act. Now, why did Congress not act? The administration, of course, they sold the 180 million barrels. Tensions, the Russia war with Ukraine and all that was, the coming out of the COVID pandemic. Now, the Energy Department said they're looking to implement a three-part strategy to refill the reserve in the long term, including repurchases with revenues from emergency sales, returns from previous exchanges, and working with Congress to avoid unnecessary sales unrelated to supply disruptions, to strategically maintain volume. It's just mind-boggling to me how or why is it necessary? And I'm a bit confused. Why did Congress, ever heard of any sort of a mandate? We have to sell so many barrels, millions of barrels per year. Now, last year, Congress canceled sales of about 140 million barrels from the SPR. Those had been slated to take place between fiscal year 2024 to fiscal year 2027. So, and again, why are we mandating sales from the SPR? That's not the purpose of it. I'm somewhat confused, I must admit. All right, 844-3388. 57.
And thank you for taking me back. Yeah, I'm being mandated to do it by a previous government, elected government. So that just doesn't make sense, It's they're already saying we're down below, what we need for our military. So that's a big question mark. All right, boy, you got McCarthy and the rest of you. Time to start making noise. You got a job to do. Oh, that was Miss Angel. That was Miss Angel that got drugged by a car, right? Social justice activist.
Yes.
Okay, I want to thank her, and this is no joke, and I heard the loss of her life is dearly troubling for the eternity she may be facing. I pray that she had the Lord Jesus Christ covered by the blood, but those people usually don't accept that.
No.
But let's go down. I've been listening to these reels and different shows with Charlie Kirk, Dinesh D'Souza, when they go onto these campuses, and they got people that come on there and they attack our free enterprise system. They say, we start, all right, I make a pencil, I invest in the factory, all right, and I give you a job. And these social warriors said, well, you're taking advantage of the people because you're going to have all this money come in, but you're just going to give pennies to the people. He said, but you're going to have jobs. And they said, doesn't matter. You got to, so you say that I don't have a right, even though I did all this and I've got this coming in, I don't have a right to my stuff, and you have a right to come take my stuff? And they say yes. And oftentimes I'm looking at them, it's like it's a woman with a pair of pink glasses, one of them pink vagina hats, or some geeky looking guy with a ball cap and glasses. And I just wish somebody would walk up and take their hats and take their glasses and walk off with them. See what would happen. Well, Miss Angel proved my thesis. What was she going to do when she chased down the guy or I assume a guy that stole her purse? Was she going to stand there at the car and say, may I have my purse back? Or was she going and if that person obviously going to throw a punch at her, was she going to beat the crap out of him and try to get her purse back? So apparently, when it comes down to their stuff, it's worth fighting for. So she proved my thesis. She unfortunately proved my thesis. Is these people that like to tell other people to give up their stuff and give it away, they ain't gonna let nobody take their stuff. So it's a shame. It's just terribly ashamed that hey, California. I'm watching a lot of stuff that's going on in California. Charlie Kirk was in there across from Nancy Pelosi and was doing a report on how she lives. We got Secret Service, black Secret Service trucks all around her house. And, they went into the slums and seen how Californians live. right now on the streets, and then they show her neighborhood is clean. And they got the Secret Service outside her house, guarding her house. But when Charlie Kirk and his people come back to their vehicle after filming, the guy that was with him left a satchel in the back seat, right there in front of Nancy Pelosi's house, right there in front of the Secret Service. Somebody had reached in and stole their property out of their
Right.
rental vehicle. So, hey, listen. I don't know when we're going to get off this imaginary ride, but man, you just sometimes you just gotta the electric thing. Let them have it. I mean, I know it's a tug of war. Sometimes you just gotta let it go, let the rope go, let them fall in their butt instead of them dragging you down into that cesspool. So if California wants to go 100% electric, then let's see how that works. And because it seems like every summer we're hearing about where they can't keep the lights on.
Yeah. California can be the poster child of what the rest of the country does not want to do.
There you go. Maybe they'll save us from having to go through it here, but I've heard other northern states are trying to go that route. But what can I say? Apparently you guys still think you can walk on water up there. Darn Yankees. That's not funny. All right, buddy. We're going to sit back and copy tonight. You ain't getting me out there.
All right, there you go. All right, thanks, 5-7. Out. All right, so we've got clear lines at 844-844-3380. And I did a quick search because I'm very befuddled as to why we would mandate selling oil from the SPR. I'm not going to go through the entire report. This is from the actual Strategic Petroleum Reserve website. Mandated sales under that heading. Beginning in 2015, the debate over whether the Strategic Petroleum Reserve storage balance was too large, given the evolving nature at the time of U.S. oil production, consumption, and net imports, resulted in Congress mandating the sale of SPR oil. The sales revenue accrued through those sales was allocated to a variety of issues. However, energy policy or security was not among them. Now, to give all the numbers of this mandate, down, broadly considered, this legislation requires oil to be sold from the reserve over the period that, again, passed in, 2015, fiscal year 2017 through fiscal year 2027. Yeah, they've got the tables and the charts there, but you see what has changed since 2015? Yeah, a lot has changed. I mean, we've seen the boom and bust, the up and down. We had a fracking boom in this country, the thousands of jobs that it created. Then we went through when the oil prices plummeted, it became no longer cost effective to even do the fracking. It was costing more to get the oil out of the ground than the price of oil was selling for. So we had the bust in fracking. Businesses, tons of them went under. All this equipment ended up on lots, only to see the price of oil begin to climb again. And we restarted the cycle, right? A bunch of companies invested, bought all this equipment. Let's get to fracking. And the cycle repeated. I don't know, what started this current kind of bust? It's not really a bust because at the moment they're on the track of expanding production in the U.S. But this, of course, Joe Biden in his first day in office, with the stroke of a pen, really threw the fracking biz and U.S. oil production for a loop. But for the life of me, I cannot believe it. Could Congress not act now to say, wait a minute, we already sold 180 million barrels last year, we're getting into a crisis zone. What if something breaks out, say with Taiwan, and the need for the SPR really comes into play for our national security? Hello, can Congress act on something like this, a standalone bill? Hey, we're going to overturn the 26 million barrel sale. It's not necessary right now. Things are exponentially different. The SPR, if it was almost at peak capacity, under Trump, he wanted to actually fill the SPR to capacity in the name of national security. Democrat-controlled Congress refused to allocate the funds to purchase the oil to fill the, I think he was looking to fill it at like $26 a barrel at the time. Now with the sale that 180 million barrels last year, they're looking to put oil back in the SPR, but supposedly they're not going to buy it unless it's below $70 per barrel. And as last check, it's not. It hasn't been. But I digress. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, if you had been trying to dial us up, I think the phones had done a little screw-up thing. I see several people got busy signals. Well, they're not busy. They are clear. I reset the phones during the break there, so Headed toward news break, top of the hour. Full final hour yet to come your way, though. And it is 844-844-3388. All right, Travel Centers of America announcing a new location, open in Norwood, Missouri, according to the report. The new TA Express, located on US 60 and North Highway E in Norwood, Missouri. Again, so we've added 52 truck parking spaces to the national grid. What else you have here at this TA Express? The Ozark Cafe Set-Down Restaurant. They've got the Sparrow and Crispy Crunchy Chicken fast food joints. 6 showers, 6 diesel dispensers. Got the Catskill, the driver lounge, laundry facilities, and the pet park there. All right, new TA Express, Norwood, Missouri. Authorities in Texas say a truck driver did not survive a Monday morning collision with the train in Montgomery County about 7:30 this past morning near Houston there. The East Montgomery County Fire Department reports the train versus truck crash occurred at Highway 59 and Midline Road. When first responders arrived, they found multiple rail cars derailed, as well as a truck with major damage. Obviously, the truck driver sustained injuries in said crash, did not survive. Of course, it was quite the mess. Drivers had to avoid the area for several hours. Crash investigation continues. Speaking of truck parking, real quick here. Academics in Florida have launched a truck parking survey. They need your participation. The study, conducted by Herbert Wertheim College of Engineering at the University of Florida, trying to identify potential opportunities and challenges associated with identifying a set of potential emergency parking locations throughout the state of Florida to ensure the safety of drivers and their trucks, especially during the likes of severe weather events. I pulled the story from OOIDA. You can go to landline.com. I'll look to maybe share a link to that survey. It'll only take about 10 minutes to fill out the survey, though, in the state of Florida. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Julio Flores. The suspect who opened fire on the campus of Michigan State University is dead. Officials in East Lansing say he took his own life as he was approached by police not far from where Monday's shootings occurred. They say he was a 43-year-old male with no apparent connection to the school. At least 3 people were killed and another 5 wounded. President Biden will be establishing a group to investigate unidentified objects in U.S. space. This comes after 3 objects were shot down by the military over the weekend. White House National Security spokesman John Kirby said Biden directed an interagency team to study the broader policy implication for detection, analysis, and disposition of identified aerial objects that poses safety or security risks. The U.S. still doesn't know what the objects spotted over Alaska, Canada, and Michigan are or where they are from. The U.S. earlier this month downed a Chinese surveillance object off the coast of South Carolina. Teenage girls are experiencing what's being described as an overwhelming wave of violence and trauma. That's the CDC's Dr. Hebra Horry. Several attacks and other drama are leading to the uptick. A CDC survey says about 3 in 5 teen girls say they feel persistently sad or hopeless.
Over the past decade, teens, especially girls, have experienced dramatic increases in experiences of violence and poor mental health and suicide risk.
Americans expect income growth to slow and inflation to stay high. That's according to the Federal Reserve's latest survey of consumer expectations. The survey found Americans believe inflation over the next year will hold steady at 5%. Expected level of inflation 3 years from now stood at 2.7%, just over the Fed's 2% goal. 3 EMTs with the Memphis Fire Department who were fired after the police beating of Tyree Nichols are appealing their termination. The 3 responded to the traffic stop last month, and they were accused of failing to make an adequate assessment of Nichols, who was in distress. The EMTs say they weren't given adequate information when they were dispatched. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Michigan State University is lifting its shelter-in-place order after the shooting that left 3 people dead and 5 others wounded. Deputy Chief Chris Rossman with the Michigan State Police and Public Safety.
The suspect in this incident was located outside of the MSU campus, and it does appear that that suspect has died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
A former child actor, Austin Majors, is reportedly dead from a drug overdose in Los Angeles. Several outlets say the 27-year-old who starred in NYPD Blue died from fentanyl. TMZ is reporting he died over the weekend while staying at an L.A. homeless facility. The Warriors are expecting their newly acquired guard to miss at least a month. Golden State General Manager Bob Myers said Gary Payton II will be reevaluated in 1 month as he deals with an abdomen injury. Payton's failed physical had nearly canceled a 4-team trade, but the Warriors opted to go through with the deal and bring Payton back to the team. Golden State reportedly filed a complaint with the NBA after the Trailblazers failed to provide relevant pre-agreement medical information. Payton has averaged 4.1 points through 15 games this season. The Kansas City Chiefs offensive coordinator could be on the move after helping the team to its 2nd Super Bowl title in the last 4 years. ESPN is reporting that the Washington Commanders are seeking to set up an interview with Eric Bieniemy for their own vacant OC job. The 53-year-old coach is also expected to interview for the offensive coordinator role with the Baltimore Ravens. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, here we go. Final hour underway on a Tuesday. Yep. Happy Valentine's Day. 14th day of February. Yeah, here it is. Oh, looks like we may have to ban assault rental trucks. Okay. Yeah, there was a shooting at the Michigan State University this past evening. That's one of the breaking stories. Shooter is dead. I have no idea what type of weapon was used, but yeah, we'll be hearing about that through the upcoming day. We'll again hear calls to ban weapons. We got to ban the guns, ban the guns. What about your rental trucks? A U-Haul truck driver, yes, U-Haul, rental truck, mowing down pedestrians in Brooklyn Monday morning, injuring people at multiple locations, at least 8 injured in the rampage. I'm not seeing of any fatalities, amazingly. A man in his 30s was struck on 4th Avenue, taken to an area hospital in critical condition. 3 other men suffering minor injuries after being hit. 2 other individuals with serious injuries taken to area hospitals, according to WABC. The driver fled in the truck and was surrounded by police after exiting the freeway. A suspect had been detained for questioning, and a bomb squad was called in to inspect the truck. Police said the subject is a 62-year-old homeless man named Weng Sor, who may have been living in the truck. We have no idea of motives at this time, but this was not an accident, according to the New York City councilor who represents the area. He added the 2 victims are in very bad shape. Footage via social media showing numerous emergency responders at the scene of the stopped U-Haul truck. Police believe the U-Haul driver started driving erratically through the Bay Ridge neighborhood, at one point jumping a sidewalk after police attempted to pull him over. Now, we believe the police approached the driver, tried to get him to pull over, and at that time said something to the effect of, "I want to die," and then proceeded to start driving on the sidewalks. This event totally on purpose, but totally random. There are no additional credible facts, but this is oddly enough, the jury is weighing the death penalty for the perpetrator of the 2017 New York City truck ramming attack. Recall that? In that case, Sayfullo Saipov was convicted just last month after mowing down, killing 8 people along the bike path in an attack that was, at the time, influenced, they tell us, by the Islamic State. His jury this past day began considering whether he will be sentenced to death. Got to ban those assault rental trucks. All right, news you can use, right? Eagle on board. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was out here on the road again, but I'm headed to Florida right now, deliver this load, and then hopefully the weather stays good. I told you I'm going to try to go to the Daytona 500 on Sunday. I don't know. I might be able to get to the dual races on Thursday. I don't know if they going to let me deliver this load in Miami early. I don't know, on Wednesday. If they do that, I might be able to make it to Daytona by Thursday, but if not, I'll just be there on Sunday for the Saturday for the 500. So hopefully the weather, maybe you can update it. I ain't had a chance to check my phone yet to see what the weather going to be like in Daytona. Hopefully they don't have no rain. Hopefully they don't have no rain on Sunday and the rain get rained out. You know, because a lot of people going to be here. Plus they got Bike Week down in Florida this week, all these damn motorcycles. I don't know if you ever been down to Florida during Bike Week, but there's motorcycles everywhere. What'd you say?
I'm just kind of laughing at you, Eagle. I've never been there for Bike Week. I found it funny. There's these damn motorcycles everywhere. Hey, I'm looking here right now. Your forecast is Thursday is partly cloudy, 82 the high. Saturday, it looks like 66, but there's no rain in the forecast. Sunday forecast is for a high of 75.
Oh, they not saying they got any rain?
No, I'm not seeing no rain. No rain in the forecast for Daytona at this point. No, sir.
Yeah, that's a good deal there because, a lot of people, if it rains and they maybe have to, well, they can drive it and they can race at nighttime too because they got lights at Daytona, but yeah, so if they had to, they could run all night long. But hopefully they get some race in on Sunday because I ain't gonna be able to hang around on Monday if they have to reschedule it to Monday. So hopefully I'll be able to see the whole race on Sunday. But yeah, I appreciate you giving me that update.
Yeah.
Okay, Steve. I don't know the details on this latest shooting, so I ain't gonna say too much because it was breaking news earlier tonight.
Mm-hmm.
When I was driving. I think I understand 3 people are dead at this point at Michigan State University. Gunmen went into the play school and started shooting. Have you heard any latest news on this deal?
Yeah,
Michigan State.
Yeah, that's the latest numbers. 3 dead, 5 hospitalized. They said some of those were with life-threatening injuries, but I haven't heard any updates. Gunman killed himself a little after the midnight hour as police were closing in on him, and that's where things stand. No idea if it was a student or what the motive is, but that is the latest.
Yeah, that's the same news I heard. I didn't know if they gave us. I didn't know if they had released any more information about this individual. But you say he's dead now, so that's good that we don't have to deal with him no more. That's a good thing. He went on here and killed himself, or the police eliminated him. So we'll see how that turns out. Maybe they'll have some more news tomorrow. But Steve, this guy Joe Biden seemed like every day, as much as I try to avoid talking about this guy, he gives me way too much material to talk about. There's only 2 ways to look at this situation, Steve, with these objects that's appearing in the air, last couple of days when it comes to Biden. Either this guy, Joe Biden, knows something that we don't know and he don't want us to know, or this guy just don't care. Because, there's no reason for him not to come forward and hold a press conference and let the American people know, especially if you're taking military action, Steve. If you're sending fighter jets up in the air to shoot out these unidentified objects, that the president owes the American people to stand in front of the American people and let us know why you're shooting these objects out of the sky. What the hell is going on? We deserve to have that, and he's not doing it. He's not doing that. And he has this other loser come out yesterday, Blinken, and tell lie after lie about what's going on. You know something, Steve. Like I said, I believe it's China that's doing this. But if it's not China, I don't know why the government, for years now, for a long time, the U.S. government, for some reason, they don't want the American people to know that there is another life form out there, that they are extraterrestrials, aliens, whatever you want to call them. For some reason, the U.S. government does not want the American people to know this. I don't know why. Maybe they think the American people will panic or get scared or whatever. But we deserve to have the right to know. And the reason why I say that if it's not China, because if you listen to some of the explanations by the pilots that's claiming that they saw these objects in the air, they said that these objects were appearing not to have any motors on them. Mm-hmm. They didn't appear to be something out of this world. Now, if you're saying that these objects are not out of this world, it had no identification on it, that tells me that this is a UFO, that this might be something from another world. Because now they're saying that surprisingly, that after they shot these objects down, they can't find the materials. They can't find the vehicles that these things were in. All of a sudden, they can't find them. And so they said the guy talked yesterday, said, after we shoot these things down, we're going to try to pick them up and we're going to examine these things and try to figure out what the hell they are. But it seems like they can't find these things all of a sudden. So either Joe Biden knows something that the American people don't know and he don't want us to know, or he just don't give a damn. But we have the right to know what's going on in America if this guy is the president, and he needs to have a press conference to let people know what the hell is going on with these things. Because a lot of people, all that does, the longer he waits, Steve, is the more speculation that comes out, because people are wondering what the hell is going on, and then that's when rumors and that's when other things get started. Right. When people don't know what's going on. So that's the reason why I say Biden needs to hold a press conference and let the American people know just what the hell is going on. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. I just can't help but wonder what they do know. I'm not looking at UFOs, but I did hear the reports that there were numerous planes scrambled for the object that was shot down over, was it the Montana one? I'm trying to recall here because you lose track. Maybe that was the Yukon, because we shot one down over Alaska, then it was Yukon territory and in Canada. But U.S. pilots were involved in that incident. Some pilots said that the instrumentation on their planes were interfered with. Not all of them, but so it makes you kind of wonder about that. The craft over Canada was described as small, metallic, but I mean a metallic balloon, I believe. And was it just some sort of a big Mylar balloon or? Hell, I don't know. Never really got a good description of what they shot down over Lake Huron. I haven't seen anything as far as that description. But yeah, CNN did kind of go crazy with the alien theory this past day. I did see an update. Let's see, Eagle asked about the Michigan State shooting. Nothing has changed as far as 3 dead, 5 wounded, some with life-threatening injuries. The shooting unfolded across 2 different scenes, an academic building and the student union. Now, the suspect, who police identified as a 43-year-old male, was not affiliated, they tell us, with Michigan State University. He died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Of course, students and everybody sheltered in place for hours on the East Lansing campus this past evening. I mean, we're talking home to like 50,000 students, but that was first I've seen a 43-year-old male suspect not affiliated with MSU. Obviously trying to piece together more details. And we'll get a quick time out. It is 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, let's just throw some more fuel on the fire of extraterrestrials. The Wall Street Journal report says this morning, the Pentagon said the objects have been unmanned. They cannot yet explain how the objects are powered, contributing to the mystery of the airborne object. Military officials have declined to describe the objects as balloons, even though some U.S. officials have described them that way. Let's see. Go to the top of the story. Amid the baffling series of incidents, the White House this past day said they're going to put together a team to study airborne objects and potential security and safety risks. The new group, created at the behest of the National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, will comprise elements of the Pentagon, the Federal Aviation Administration, the Department of Homeland Security, and other government agencies. They will look at the broader policy implications of the objects for detection, analysis, and disposition. Every element of the government will redouble their efforts to understand and mitigate these events. All right, we all know the first big object was a large Chinese spy balloon. It's the other three objects, two in the U.S., one over Canadian airspace. Unlike the balloon, all three of them were flying at much lower altitudes that could interfere with commercial and other air traffic. The last one, of course, shot down over Lake Huron. Kirby this past day said there are no other known objects floating over U.S. airspace, but cannot explain what the other three were, even after closely studying them in the air before shooting them down. Let's see. Describing the unidentified object that was shot down over Alaska as a balloon. And like I said, the military continues to call them objects. Collection of the resulting debris has been stymied, to answer Eagle's question, by severe weather and the terrain where these things came down, like out in the middle of nowhere. It's not you can just hop on your quad and ride out there and pick them up. Officials believe the first debris will be pulled out of Lake Huron and quickly sent to the Federal Bureau of Investigation lab at Quantico, Virginia. Even though they have like Air Force footage and whatnot, planes who, as they said, looked closely at them before shooting them down, they have not released any of the Air Force video. I have no idea what they actually looked like. All right, let's see. Back to the real world. One of the most iconic races in motorsports happened this weekend. Yes, the Daytona 500. Green flag Sunday afternoon. Of course, that's not the only race happening throughout the weekend. On top of qualifying runs and practices, there are 4 total races across as many different competitions. So here we look ahead toward tomorrow, a.k.a. Wednesday, February the 15th, where the forecast is, 64 degrees, mainly clear and mild. You've got Cup pole qualifying. Now, unlike other races qualifying for Daytona, they'll individually qualify. You'll lock in the front row. Yeah, the pole position in the outside of the front row. That's where you go over to the duels, the duel races that will be taking place Thursday evening. All right, let's see. 7 p.m. is the duel number 1, 8:45 approximately, duel number 2. Friday, forecast high of 80 degrees. Some clouds off and on through the day. Just a 20% chance of rain, they tell us. But you got the ARCA Series, 1:30 in the afternoon. The ARCA Menards 200. 3 o'clock, the Nextra Energy 250 qualifying. That's the Truck Series race. 4:30 in the afternoon, Beef. It's What's for Dinner. That's the Xfinity practice. 5:30, Daytona 500 practice for the Cup Series. Friday night, it's the Craftsman Truck Series race. That'll be a 100-lap event, 250 miles. Saturday, another Cup Series practice. That's when you've got the qualifying for the Xfinity Series at the 11:30 in the morning. The actual Xfinity race comes your way, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The Beef, it's What's for Dinner. A 300-mile race, 120 laps. Kind of sandwiched in between the Xfinity qualifying and the actual race. 1:30 in the afternoon, the ARCA Menards 200, which is the ARCA Series. That'll be a 200-mile race, 80 laps around Daytona International Speedway. And then, of course, it all wraps up Sunday with the main event. That, of course, being the Daytona 500 Cup Series race, 500 miles or 200 laps. Says here, forecast high of 73 degrees with a 20% chance of rain. So it looks like weather's pretty good for the entirety. Starting on Wednesday and right on through the Daytona racing weekend coming on. Lots of action there. Watch out for those bikers. All right. Got clear lines at 844-3388. News break comes your way. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. The suspect who opened fire on the campus of Michigan State University is dead. Officials in East Lansing say he took his own life as he was approached by police not far from where the Monday shootings occurred. They say he was a 43-year-old male with no apparent connection to the school. At least 3 people were killed and another 5 wounded. Major League Baseball is keeping one of its experimental rule changes. ESPN is reporting the league will continue to have a runner on second base to start each extra inning during all regular season extra innings games. The MLB Joint Competition Committee has voted unanimously to make the rule permanent after 3 seasons of implementing it. The league also reportedly made a change to position players pitching, as teams must lead by 10 or more runs in the 9th inning to send a position player to the mound. The rule also applies if a team is trailing by 8 or more runs. Football season is over, but college basketball season is ramping up. Selection Sunday for the men's and women's tournaments is set for March 12th. Julio Flores, USA.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. you may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, once again, clear lines. Stick around. Coming up about 30 minutes from now. Happy Valentine's Day from your friends at TNCRadio.live. This morning, after the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, stay tuned for a special encore presentation of Building Strong Minds with Dr. Christopher Cortman. Recorded this one last Valentine's Day. And talking about the perils of long-distance relationships, dealing with a broken heart. And we also talk about how you can improve your relationship with anyone if you really want to. Then it's TFC Global's Truckers Life Radio. This important episode reminds us that human trafficking is not only real, but it hits close to home. And, of course, he updated Kansas City. Looks like Kansas City may have lucked out here. You got 1-2 storm systems this week. The first storm swings through later today. Winds gusting over 40 miles per hour. Looks like things calmed down a bit for Wednesday, just in time for the 1 o'clock in the afternoon parade. Then a few hours after the parade, if the forecasters got this nailed down, the snow begins to kick in. So keep that in mind if Kansas City's in your path this week. And, of course, they'll be keeping an eye on the storm systems. Maybe having to activate the TNC Radio Storm Center in the next 24 or 36 hours. Again, all that and more at tncradio.live. Speaking with Philip a little bit earlier, I was not aware. I missed that they had done the Starship dry run of firing up all those engines at the same time. I did see last week after acing the first ever mission. Now, this is going to NASA's SLS, the mega rocket. They've gone through all the data, and it looks like they're ready to take the next big step, which will be actually launching astronauts. That debut SLS flight back in mid-November that kicked off the Artemis 1 mission, a 25-day-long mission, sent the uncrewed Orion capsule into lunar orbit and back. It also made the SLS the most powerful rocket ever to launch successfully. They wrestled that title away from the iconic Saturn V rocket. But they tell us an initial assessment of the SLS Artemis 1 performance gave the rocket high marks. It performed as expected in all areas. Mission team members have now had more time to crunch the numbers, and reviews continue to be rave, suggesting no big changes will be required ahead of the first crewed launch. Astronauts aboard the Orion capsule. All right, they go through the post-flight data. That all SLS systems performed exceptionally, and that the designs are actually ready to support a crewed flight on Artemis 2. They continue reviewing data, conducting final reports, but Artemis 2 will send NASA astronauts on a roughly 10-day mission around the moon, not landing at this point, but launching, going around the moon in 2024, next year, if all goes according to plan. They've analyzed a lot of data to come to their most recent conclusions, which they say makes clear. Cameras on the ground, on the rocket, in the air, that had collected 31 terabytes of imagery data about the liftoff. So that's a lot of stuff to go through, but yes, so maybe, and if all goes successful with the Artemis 2 mission, the ultimate goal is Artemis 3, which will put astronauts on the moon near the lunar South Pole sometime in 2025 or thereabouts. That is the plan. So a lot of competition for space right now, right? Horse Feathers, what's happening?
No, not too much, John. So when you get that rocket going up there and they go and get to go around the moon and that, are they going to get to see the dark side of the moon that we don't ever get to see?
I would presume if they could see anything on the dark side.
Oh, maybe with these new LED flash bulbs and stuff, maybe they can take some pictures and send back to us so we can see what the dark side of the moon
light it
looks
up.
like.
Yeah, we want to see what's going on.
There you go. Absolutely. Maybe that's where all the ETs hang out there. We can't see them because they're on the dark side of the moon there, and now that they got the ones down here getting shot down there, flying over Alaska and Canada and Lake Huron and that, maybe because they're not reporting back to the mothership, we don't know what type of offensive might be coming from the moon. You know, that could be just a staging area there on the dark side of the moon. We don't even know what's coming.
Do you know if you do a search, a Google or a YouTube search, you'll find videos. There are those that believe the moon is really like a mothership. It's kind of like it's where the aliens are inside. That's where they're at.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I can tell you where they stage them here on Earth. They stage them down in Philadelphia. Did you see that? Did you see? Even though they lost, they had to tear up their city out there in the pouring rain. They had to go out there and topple cars upside down. You know, go out and go car tipping and turn them downside up and everything, and all kinds of mayhem and destruction and everything in Philadelphia because they apparently, as much as they're bad winners, they're apparently as bad losers. So. Didn't know if you caught that or not.
They felt as though that game was stolen from them by the referees with 2 minutes left.
Of course. Yeah. So and you know, it was that holding penalty. Did that really deserve, you know, the automatic first down, or should that just been maybe a loss that, you know, you just replay the down 5 yards, replay the down and go on? Did it deserve to have a, automatic first down? Maybe we should revisit these rules.
Well, that's always true holding, the holding penalty, yes, is the 5 yards and an automatic first down. But the big question, was that a true holding?
Yeah. And maybe when we get down into the last 2 minutes of a quarter, you know, maybe if it's the last 2 minutes of a quarter, maybe because their players are trying extra hard and, you know, it's more unintentional than it would be, you know, in the first 5 minutes or in the middle of the quarter when, I don't know. So anyways, just checking in there, kind of a clear night, not much going on, kind of listening to the show. No, I would have swore it was a full moon there with some of the callers you had there, but you know, I see there's a big dish in the middle of it, but maybe, I don't know, maybe that's because somebody's pulling the curtain. Maybe them extraterrestrials are pulling the curtain over the moon there, so we can't see what's going on up there as they're staging for their attack. Just watch out. Just watch out, Your Honor. It might be coming. So,
beware,
all right, we'll catch you a little bit.
All right. Have a good morning. Thanks for checking in there, Horse Feathers. Looks like he's got a pretty quiet night there for moving freight along the eastern seaboard. Things begin to change later today, though, right? Let me see. I believe Pappy forwarded this to me over the weekend from down in Georgia, in Gwinnett County, from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. You know, we've talked about the inability to find. Well, first we can go back to the Memphis incident with Nichols, was that his name? The officers are now facing murder charges. But after the fact, come to find out that, you know, anybody and everybody could be a police officer in Memphis is kind of what the headlines were saying. They had lowered the standards. And it's not just an issue with finding recruits in Memphis. It's all over the country, struggling. Who wants to actually become a police officer in this country, in this current atmosphere of defund the police, and the police are the bad guys, they're always wrong. And after 2 years of high attrition, the Gwinnett County Police Department in December said they were short more than 200 sworn officers. Then, as the county commission had planned nearly a year earlier, 30 more positions were added to the ranks in the optimistic hope that one day the department's staffing would be able to catch up. The unabated growth in this would be Georgia's second biggest county. Well, apparently they've got a long way to go. As of last month, they employed 690 officers out of an authorized strength of 939. And that's more than a quarter of the law enforcement positions that are vacant. And the problem is not unique to Gwinnett. Yeah, with each of these controversies involving police around the country, it's making it more and more difficult not only to recruit, but to even retain current officers. Many who are getting close to retirement age say, screw it, I'm out of here. Staffing levels were a national problem even before the George Floyd case back in 2020. Then, of course, resignations, retirements that spiked a year after that spring. The social climate over the last 2-3 years has made it quite difficult for law enforcement all over the country. According to Gwinnett Police spokesman, days after the video was released out of Memphis, right, the Tyree Nichols beating, the Atlanta Police Department said they ended last year with 450 vacancies in the police department, 22% of the authorized positions. Several law enforcement agencies in the state over the last 2 years have reported vacancy rates about 20%. Yeah, attrition and recruitment particularly bad in Gwinnett in 2021 when 197 officers left the department. Yeah, for a net loss of 104 officers when stacked against the new hires that year. Now, sworn officers' ranks by GCPD augmented their officers' ranks by 5 last year after accounting for 115 resignations or retirements and 1 termination. So I guess they got a total of 120 to come on board. So for those that retired, you can't find someone to replace them. One of the things we found is a direct correlation between attrition and national law enforcement incidents that involve negative outcomes. Not surprising. When citizens take a negative view of law enforcement on a national level, it also impacts how they feel about their own police departments. I mean, even in better times, the stressful, the dangerous nature of police work deters potential applicants. Now, in Gwinnett, Georgia, low officer pay compounds the issue even after the county commission approved a 10% raise across the board for first responders last year. The Gwinnett Police Department runs somewhere in the middle of the pack for pay in metro Atlanta, with the starting officer salary about $47,000. Is that a pay level you're willing to run the risk of losing your life day after day after day? And they're saying that's about half of what it is now. Increasing the number of applicants is just going to be part of the solution. They said about 2,000 people applied to be officers last year there in Gwinnett County. There are as many ways to weed them out, including background checks, polygraph exams, physical tests. The department's current ranks include about 40 in a 6-month training academy, but typically, and always, there are trainees that fail or resign. They don't even make it out of the training, the academy, as they say. Stressful issues around the country. We'll get a final timeout, come down, and round and third headed for home, as Rick there in Columbus likes to say, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You recall, it was Tuesday night a week ago, State of the Union address. When the southern border came up, some audible groans and moans and accusations of, it's your fault, secure the border, liar. All those things were heard. A lot of talk about China as of late. Who do we have coming into this country? I think China might have some spies they're trying to get in. Or the official numbers from the Border Patrol, get a load of this. Chinese migrant arrest at our southern border up, not 100%, not 200%, not 500%. Chinese migrant arrests up 1,230% in January. Say what? Law enforcement officials have reported a massive influx of Chinese immigrants being arrested at the U.S.-Mexico border for January of this year. Like I said, 1,230% increase. January of last year, the Border Patrol recorded 80 apprehensions of Chinese migrants at the southern border. January of this year, that figure shot up to 1,064 involving illegal Chinese immigrants. According to the government data, since the current fiscal year began in October of 22, Border Patrol agents have arrested 2,926 Chinese citizens along the southern border. It was 309 in the same 4 months the previous year. Why suddenly this influx of Chinese coming to the United States? Now, back in 2021, 2 Yemeni men on the FBI's terror watch list were arrested trying to cross the El Centro sector in California. Yeah, a region that, historically speaking, doesn't produce a high number of drug or human smuggling arrests like the Rio Grande Valley or the Del Rio sectors there in Texas. Yeah, but keep in mind, the El Centro sector was the first region on the southern border to complete its work for the Trump-era border wall. Is that wall making a difference? Yeah, back in 2018, while visiting El Centro, the then Homeland Security Secretary, Kirstjen Nielsen, touted the completion of a 2.5-mile-long project behind an outlet mall, a shopping center in Calexico, California, port of entry across from Baja, California, Mexico there. But, the Chinese. All right, in our final moments here, travelers' weather. All right, we have, even during the program, we've seen a lot more rain breaking out in the central states. Yeah, that's storm system number 1, which will be bringing a swath of rain and some accumulating snow to the northernmost tier of the country, primarily the Dakotas, Minnesota, maybe over into northern Wisconsin. It's system number 2 that we look ahead for here as we head toward midweek. The stronger system that will be bringing the full influx of severe weather. Looking at some of the latest models for Wednesday evening, even into the overnight areas. Moderate risk of severe weather, 60, 70 mile per hour winds. Could see gusts approaching 80 miles per hour. From eastern Texas over into northwestern Louisiana to include the Shreveport area. Yeah, right on up into central Arkansas, Little Rock. Then on up I-40 toward Memphis, Tennessee. Yeah, Thursday, the risk for severe weather all continues to shift eastward. The risk will be Mississippi, Alabama. We're talking a zone where they've already seen dozens of tornadoes this winter. Of course, this Thursday's threat, from tornadoes or even just strong straight-line winds, will extend along a 900-mile swath from near the central Gulf Coast all the way up into the southern Great Lakes. They've got 2 kind of bullseye zones, one through the heart of Mississippi into western Alabama, another zone being highlighted from central Ohio down towards central Kentucky, from, say, Louisville to Lexington to Cincinnati and Columbus. That'll be for our Thursday. I'll come back at the midnight hour, and, of course, we'll have updates as we could be talking about some stronger storms. And, of course, there will be the snowy side of our storm as well.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.